DEAL to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A powerful message on Capitol Hill with President Donald J. Trump fulfilling yet another campaign promise to end a deadly plague that has killed more than 250,000 young Americans just over the past several years. We saw President Trump, and it was a powerful image, as he was surrounded by these grieving parents, grandparents, holding photos of their children and loved ones who have died from mainly fentanyl drug overdoses. President Trump signing this legislation to boost penalties, among other things, for fentanyl trafficking. It's known as the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act. And we'll get into this, but essentially cracks down on the fentanyl crisis that we've seen in our country and gives some mandatory penalties. Here is how the president described this and Cut 01B.
Today we strike a righteous blow to the drug dealers, narcotic traffickers, and criminal cartels that we've all been hearing so much about for so many years, and very little has been done. And we take a historic step toward justice for every family touched by the fentanyl scourge as we sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law. Good job. Good job.
It is a very big deal, as we've talked about the opioid crisis, the deadly crisis, with these 10-year minimum sentences to prison and cracking down on the drug dealers, the pushers, the peddlers off our streets. I'll address the China issue and remember, because this was one of the reasons that Trump had said he was targeting China with the tariffs to help with that. I'll give you some stats on that in just a moment. But to show you some of the data, the National Institute on Drug Abuse and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, just over the last several years, 324,000 fentanyl-related deaths have been recorded in the United States of America. Now, there were parents whose children were killed by fentanyl speaking in favor of this legislation, supporting and thanking President Trump, and among them, mothers like Ann Funder, saying she's so thankful to President Trump, and Ann Funder is 01D.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished guests. My name is Ann Funder.
Oh, like that. Come here. I'm going to hold.
Thank you.
Okay.
These are a big hug.
And I'm an angel parent. 1 year ago today, on July 16th, I stood in front of America and told the story of my son, Weston, at the RNC. And about how he was a beautiful, loving, had a wonderful life. We did everything right. But one pill, one mistake, given by a friend under peer pressure, took his life. In the last 4 years, fentanyl became the #1 killer of Americans ages 15 to 48. And children under 14 are the fastest growing demographic. President Trump, for 4 years, we felt ignored. But you've changed that, and we appreciate that so much. You've closed the borders, sanctioned cartels, imposed tariffs, closed shipping loopholes. Most people don't know about that. That was a big one. Dealt with countries where it's coming from. You mobilized Treasury, Justice Department, Homeland Security, lawmakers, legislators, and today the signing of the Halt Fentanyl Act, bipartisan and overwhelmingly supported by everybody, making fentanyl a Schedule I drug to strengthen the criminalization and prosecution of people who peddle this. It is a lifeline for families across America and keeping our families safe. And that's all you always want, to keep America safe. And thank you so much. Thank you for keeping America safe and for our children. And this is what we voted for. Mr. President, God bless you. God bless our angel families who are all here with us today, and all of you sitting up here with us. And God bless America. Thank you so much.
Ann was joined by fathers like Greg Swan, an angel dad. He's from Michigan. He talked about just the heart-wrenching. I can't even wrap my brain around their grief. And so what these parents have said is that this kind of justice, this kind of solution, at least they can hopefully save future children, future families from this horrible anguish. And it's so preventable. Listen, here is Michigan father Greg Swan.
We're joined today by just a few of the millions of families ravaged by this scourge, including Greg Swan from Michigan, who carries with him the heartbreaking loss of his beautiful son, Drew. Drew became addicted to opioids after being prescribed painkillers following a sports injury, got injured, and this is happening so much, got injured in sports and ends up, you leave the hospital a week later and you're addicted. But he fought through it and got himself clean. Then one day, Drew took a pill laced with fentanyl. He took it just casually, thought it would be okay. Took a chance and he thought it'd be okay, and it didn't work out. And he tragically lost his life. And Greg, I'd like you to come forward, and if you could just say a few words about your wonderful, wonderful son, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honor of my life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I will be brief. It's the honor of my life to be here, and Drew was the happiest day of my life was when he was born, and he always called me his hero to the day he died. And his passing ruined, I thought, my life, and every parent back here that I meet and in the audience, some of my friends, their life is gutted when they lose a kid. There's despair and there's hopelessness. But we've been able to find some repose in going out and advocating, and we want to hit every school in America. There's 26,727 of them. We want to go into every one. The kids are silent when they hear we lost somebody to this, and we tell our story, and they leave unequivocally ready to run away from fentanyl. I would just like to say thank you, Mr. President, for stopping the border crossings. Full stop, mic drop.
This huge applause. Very emotional.
I'll step back but it was amazing what you did. We were being gaslit, and you came and lit a fire to that story, and we're a lot safer for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so President Trump obviously did not hold back, as he often does, on the previous administration, and pointing out what a difference 6-7 months makes with a new president, with President Trump. This is cut 01A.
For 4 long years, Joe Biden surrendered our borders to the most evil and vicious traffickers, networks, and everything else on the planet Earth, allowing foreign drug cartels to carve out a massive footprint on American soil. We were doing nothing. This open borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth. And illicit drugs decimated American communities and left us with the largest law enforcement challenge in our country's history, and hopefully will always be the largest. I can't imagine anything being worse. They allowed millions and millions of criminals into our country, 11,888 murders, 50% of whom murdered more than one person. On day one of the Trump administration, we declared an all-out war on the dealers, smugglers, traffickers, and cartels. Within moments of taking office, I deployed the U.S. military to our border and unleashed the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol to defend our country from an invasion. This was an invasion. This wasn't people coming in. This was an invasion of our country, allowed to happen by people either that didn't care or were just stupid people. Stupid people. I also designated the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
And that is critical. President Donald J. Trump also expressing some, I'll say, renewed hope as far as China goes, saying that he believes China will soon announce that they're going to sentence people to death for fentanyl manufacturing and distribution, as President Trump was very optimistic about that deal with Beijing on illicit drugs, especially with regards to the fentanyl crisis. As you well know, President Trump has related, it's intertwined as far as tariffs and the fentanyl crisis, and blaming China, among others, but especially China, holding them accountable, and saying he has accused Beijing of failing to curb the flow of these chemicals for fentanyl that are used to make fentanyl.
And damages for what they've done. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to work it out so that China is going to end up going from that to giving the death penalty to the people that create this fentanyl and send it into our country, whether it's through other countries or directly. I believe that we would have had that deal a long time ago. I shook hands with them, and Then we had a rigged election, and we had somebody else come in, and they didn't know anything about a deal for the death penalty. The death penalty is going to be imposed on people from China that make fentanyl and send it into our country. I believe that's going to happen soon. But as of today, all...
So we'll watch for that. But in this one, it was so powerful and not a dry eye in the room by the end of it. And you saw President Trump personally touched by many of these families that, as you may recognize some of them, because they have been lobbying for this and pushing for this. You've heard them say that they felt ignored. They felt that their children's deaths were ignored by the Biden administration because it had to do in part with the China relationship, but as well in part due to the wide open borders during the previous administration. I also will give you some data from China because Chinese state-run media, they have reported fairly recently how they have been seizing all of these tons of drugs. I mean, just two tons of drugs, arresting nearly 300 suspects. That was just last month. And so you think about during the time that President Trump has now been in office, they've released all this data that they've prosecuted more than 1,300 people, arrested hundreds across China. In other words, cracking down on this and also cracking down on drug-related money laundering offenses. And they notably said since January of this year. So some of their stats, January to May, but putting out those largest ever record numbers for China cracking down. And that was within the last month. What happened within the last month? His threat of higher tariffs. And so the tariffs are working in that regard to make our nation safer with this fentanyl crisis that it's the leading cause of death. And you heard one of the parents say that at this huge signing of this. So many of the families and parents speaking out tearfully prior to President Trump signing it. He signed it into law. And I'll just wrap this up and I'll call it my Dawn Daily word because in part, when you think about earlier we talked and somebody said, what are you going to talk about Epstein all morning with talking about Jeffrey Epstein in this crisis? Part of, I think, the frustration from the president and his point yesterday was he spent this emotional, time with these families who've been grieving, who got really ignored and played by the previous administration. This is about life or death. None of us can imagine what it would be like to have your, especially teenager, they're, let's say in high school or especially at the college level, they're a great student and somebody says, hey, I got this pill off the internet. And it's just going to keep you up a little longer, basically a high caffeine pill, whatever, or help you focus. And you get that phone call and your kid, who's a good kid, who's never been involved with any drinking or drugs, whatever, to take a test and do better at it in school is dead. You can't imagine that call. That was Trump spending the day with these people. It was a promise that was made, a promise that was kept, and all the frustration that he must have felt yesterday after all anybody was talking about. I'm talking about conservatives. I'm talking about conservative media, right? Talking about the Epstein situation, which is something that happened really 20 years ago. That is not something he created, if you will. So I'm just putting that into perspective, and I'll try to do that for you today as far as just yesterday. When we look at the Trump administration accomplishments, they have been amazing. And it's tough to follow it, and it's easy to forget how different it was 1 year ago. We'll talk about the economy moving forward with our friend Dr. Michael Busler, but I wanted to give you that sense of this deeply emotional, powerful day on Capitol Hill that has not received much coverage, if at all. So I wanted to bring that first and foremost. Let's lead with what's important, because I'll tell you what, if your child, if you get that word that's unthinkable like these parents have, think about 1/3 parents across America being ignored by the previous administration. And this is fairly recently. Nothing else matters. To me, God, I talk about my boys, my kids, right? You're the same way. You would die for your kids. So these parents feeling like Trump is making a difference, and this is a tangible difference, one of many. We can talk about it, 855-839-1210, at Dawn Stensland on X. Just wanted to get that off my chest because many of you have said, are we going to ever stop talking about Epstein? Of course. But it's important to put that into perspective. So that's what I'm doing this morning. We'll take a quick break. We'll get Dan's take around the corner, Dan Borowski. We'll get yours. Be right back.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from Top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210wpht.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210wpht.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We'll talk about tariff revenues. We'll talk about everything financial, the economy. Looks like the Dow is up more than 121 points. So Dr. Michael Busler just around the corner. But let's get to Loretta, who wanted to react as to what happened. Hi, Loretta, Washington Township.
Hi, Dawn.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm from Washington Township, New Jersey. I appreciate what you said about all the good things, and I am a Trump supporter. But the thing that frustrates me about the Epstein is the people the victims, the children that were abused are probably adults now, but they haven't had no justice. And if there's nothing to see, Jelaine is in jail, Epstein's dead, but there were other people involved, and those children named names. And there's no justice for them. And they're affected the rest of their life of what happened to them.
Yeah.
And that's my only thing. I know children that have been abused and what the hell it affected them the rest of their life. And I just feel like there's no justice for those victims. But I do appreciate everything that President Trump has done. And, I still continue to support him.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your perspective as well. I think, a couple of things, first of all, I think the women who were then children, and we played somebody earlier on Kale and Company this morning. She was 10 years old. So a lot of these victims, these survivors, and remember, Virginia Giuffre, her family said she committed suicide. She was probably the face of this movement. But I will say this, these women are now 30, they're 40s, most of them, 40s, even 50s. And so the truth is that the question goes back to, it looks like 2007-ish, when they knew, when those individuals in Miami, Florida, and those detectives in Florida, they knew they had Epstein, and he was going to go away. He was going away. And suddenly, this was taken off the table. There was a secret deal that was sealed for more than a decade until 2019. That was during whose administration? It was Trump's administration that was revealed. So the question is, going all the way back some 19 years ago, why did, under the Bush administration, why did they allow a situation to cut this deal when they knew that a 14-year-old girl had been raped by Epstein? He was going to go away. They had him. They had all the goods. And suddenly it vanished. And he got this sweetheart deal that was all sealed and nobody could talk about it. It was done. And as far as Epstein, that changed the course of everything, because then he knew that they were after him, probably got smarter with things, and maybe spent more time on Epstein, pedophile island, which is sickening. And so why was that deal given? What happened there? And I imagine that had a silencing impact on all of those young victims, because they thought, okay, they did the right thing. They were called in, they spoke, the parents spoke, and then no, the guy's let off the hook. He got, I think it technically was 1.5 years in prison, but the truth is he was very quickly, they put him on an ankle bracelet. He was allowed to spend, they said, 12 hours at home and work from home. And then, lo and behold, it was reduced from the 1.5 years, right? And so that whole sweetheart deal, it stinks. And so I agree that the victims deserve justice, but that goes back nearly 20 years ago. So I think this whole thing, we will learn more. We will get the truth. And so I don't know the whole story, and that's just it. That's why we're talking about it, because we are not a bunch of sheep. We're not like the other side, where they get their talking points and they're like a bunch of sheep, almost robotic. It's weird. We're independent. And the Republican Party right now, if you look at it, those Trump voters, this is a much bigger tent in independent voters and people who, a year ago, 2 years ago, were actually Democrats. So you're looking at a much broader group of people. We are not a bunch of sheep. We can think for ourselves. And I think the point that I would make is that while I support President Trump, and that's why I started out today with just yet another victory for Trump, despite the heart-wrenching, unthinkable tragedy that these parents have gone through and have been fighting for, I can do all of the above at once. I can still be disappointed that this did not see the light of day, as Pam Bondi promised back in February. But at the same point, I support him more than ever, because look at this success with the greatest president of the United States of America ever in our history. And to that point, I'll take a quick break because we have the one and only, the financial guru of our area, Dr. Michael Busler. He is Stockton University's professor of finance. So he'll take us through and we'll talk about the economy. We'll talk about the latest economic numbers and where Dr. Michael Busler stands. Stay right there. It's going to be good.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 6,000 clients not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long-term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter Trusted Pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177. Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So let's get to some of the numbers. The Dow is up. It looks like about 70 points right now as I check that as we look at the markets. But jobless claims dropping for the fifth straight week to the lowest level since last April. Some say it's a no hire, no fire story, but those are for the new claims. What about if you were, already laid off, let's say a year or so ago? Maybe those individuals are having some trouble finding a new job if they're, had a long-term layoff. So we have that headline. That's one of many this morning. And as well, looking at retail sales snapping back after the trade wars look like they're dying down. So let's talk about it as well. Will or won't he, as far as will President Trump fire his Jerome Powell, somebody he hired back in the day in the first administration, his Fed chair? To get to all of these financial questions, wondering minds want to know, let's get to our friend, Dr. Michael Busler of Stockton University. I call you the financial guru, but good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Dawn. Thanks for having me. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here.
Oh, it's our pleasure. So what do you see as you look at the outlook? I'm looking up. I see the Dow in the green. That's up. I see some good news for retail sales snapping back. I'm seeing that the new jobless claims, those are down. What does Michael Busler see when you look at this picture?
So overall, I think the economy is doing well. Excuse me, and I think it will continue to do well. Overall, I'm extremely optimistic about the economy, and some of the numbers you point out, I think, bear that out. Fewer people are being laid off. You asked about what about the people, or I heard you mention about the people that have been unemployed for some time. How are they doing? So they published a statistic. Now, I haven't looked at it since last month, but they published a statistic that is the duration of unemployment. So for people who are unemployed, how long are they unemployed? The last time I looked at it, and admittedly I haven't looked at it this month, but the last time I looked at it, that number was trending down. So people that are laid off are being unemployed for a shorter period of time. That's also very positive. Retail sales, we had a little weirdness. Because of the potential tariffs and the effect on prices, retail sales, I think in March, skyrocketed. And then they went down a little bit in April and May, and now they've recovered in June. I think we're back to a more normal level in retail sales. I'm optimistic about virtually everything. The inflation number the last 2 months ticked up a little bit. Why is that? So the tariffs will have some inflationary impact, and I've said that on the show before. I believe it'll be fairly small, and I believe any inflationary impact from the tariffs will be offset by lower energy prices. Now, the problem was last month there was the conflict with Israel and Iran and the bombing and everything that went on, and people feared there would be a shortage of oil, or at least oil would be cut off a little bit. That drove future prices up a little bit. Now that that's been settled, oil prices are again starting to head down, and once American companies begin to do more drilling, because now the permitting process is easier and regulations are less, and they've opened up drilling on federal lands, that will increase the supply of energy and bring the energy prices down, not just slowing from going up. They'll actually fall. So overall, I'm still optimistic about the economy. I'm still very optimistic that the inflation rate is going to fall under 2%. I'm hoping by the end of the year.
And so with that, even we talk about the CPI, the PPI, the Consumer Price Index, that I guess that rose just a little bit. So some of these are flat numbers, some of them rose. What do you read into that as far as the CPI and the PPI?
So the PPI is the inflation rate at the producer level, Producer Price Index. Usually the CPI follows what that did maybe a month or two later. Now, last month, the CPI rose 0. It was flat. So that indicates that future inflation is likely, on the consumer level, is likely to head down, and is consistent with my view that I think the inflation rate will be down, I'm hoping under the 2% range by the end of the year. Everything is good except the Federal Reserve and Jerome Powell.
Yeah.
Recall on your show, I don't know, last 3 or 4 times I was on here, I kept saying Jerome Powell is the worst Fed chair we've had since Arthur Burns in the 70s.
Yeah,
some people are now starting to say he's even worse than that. So he's holding things up.
So let's listen in. This is President Trump once again talking about his favorite person, not so much.
He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in.
What?
No, wait. Trump put him in.
Trump put him in.
Yeah. Trump's so geared. Yeah, he's so geared to blaming everything on Biden, it just sort of slips out. But he appointed him. He realized he made a mistake, and Jerome Powell has been making mistake after mistake. He should have dropped the interest rates in March. He should have dropped them when they met again in May or June, rather. He should drop them when they meet again, I think, the end of next week. He probably won't. The federal funds rate is about at least 1 full percentage point higher than it should be. Now, why do I say that? Most economists will tell you if the federal funds rate is 3.25, 3.5 range, it's neutral. Above that, you're trying to slow the economy down because you're worried about inflation. Below that, you're trying to stimulate the economy and keep it growing more. So 3.25, 3.5 is neutral. We're a full percentage point above that. And because inflation is really under control, he shouldn't have a restrictive monetary policy, which I've been saying for months. Now President Trump and his team agree interest rates should come down. I don't think Powell's going to lower them. I think they meet the end of next week or the week after. I don't think he is going to lower them, but again, I think that's another mistake that Powell is making.
And so, when you look at this, because the next deadline, the next big deadline we keep hearing was August 1st, and there are headlines this morning, Dr. Michael Busler, that are saying these higher tariffs with Trump are going to, we're going to see that's going to hike, that's going to increase inflation in the coming months. And I think that the New York Fed president, John Williams, he said that yesterday. So do you agree with that? And that would look like he's agreeing, obviously, with Jerome Powell.
Right. I disagree with that, because even if the tariffs 30-40% come in, I don't think it's going to have much of an impact on retail prices. Now, why do I say that? So let's say you buy something that's made in China, costs you $20. It probably costs the retailer $10, and they typically double that. Probably costs the wholesaler about $7, $8. So even if you put a 30% tariff on that $7, $8, it's only a couple of dollars, and more than likely, much of that will be absorbed by the retailer, the wholesaler, somewhere else in the supply chain. So I don't think there will be a significant impact of these on inflation of these tariffs, and I continue to believe that as we drive energy prices down, that whatever inflationary impact tariffs have, it will be offset by lower energy costs, and the overall inflation rate, as I say, I'm hoping drops to 2% or less by the end of the year.
So two things. So we keep hearing that, these tariffs so far this year have raked in, for the United States of America, raked in more than $100 billion. And we have a prediction that the forecast is very good with that. How does that offset what's going on with the health of the economy?
So the federal government has a huge problem in that they've deficit spent, which means they spent more than they brought in tax revenue, I think 59 of the last 63 years. And that's why we have this huge public debt. If we can raise money through tariffs, and if the tariffs have a small impact on inflation, the money that we raise will be increased revenue to the government, and it will lower the annual deficit. So this is going to turn out to be positive. This tariff revenue increases revenue to the government, and therefore it will reduce the deficit. And we're trying, as difficult as it is, we're trying to get the deficit down. How difficult is it? Every politician says, look, government spending is way out of control. We have to cut government spending. But every time they suggest cutting government spending in an area where it impacts the politicians' constituents, they vote against it. Yes. It was just the Senate, I think, yesterday, they found a way to cut $9 billion. Now we have a $7 trillion government spending, so they wanted $9 billion, and they barely passed it in the Senate, and it's still got to go through the House. So cutting spending is extremely difficult. On the other hand, if we can raise revenue without raising tax rates, remember the big beautiful bill kept tax rates low. So if we can raise tax revenue through tariffs or some other way, that will help to reduce the deficit, because cutting spending is extremely difficult.
And we keep seeing as well that the White House, just within less than an hour, put out the word warning as far as AI. And because AI basically requires and sucks up more energy, that we could face an energy crisis unless we unleash the energy and drill, baby, drill, all of that. So you've talked about lowering the prices. What they're saying is we're going to have a crisis. Prices will go up as the AI use goes up unless we act now.
That's exactly right. So artificial intelligence, which I believe will be a huge positive impact on the economy, it makes workers more productive. So it'll have a huge positive impact. The thing is, it requires a lot of energy. So we need to produce more energy. The oil is a good way to do it. I think we may start looking at some other things. Nuclear may be a good way to go. And I'm not a scientist. I don't know all the pluses and minuses. But I think it's very important that we increase the supply of energy to keep prices low and to fulfill the needs of artificial intelligence.
So is there anything that you're most worried about? And as you look at the latest numbers that I had highlighted and more with economic numbers, what are you number one, worried about, and what are you encouraged about when you look at the numbers in the economy and the state of the economy right now?
So even though the Federal Reserve is trying to restrict the economy, we're still adding more jobs every month. And large numbers of jobs. We're still seeing fewer number of people being laid off. I'm encouraged by, I think, the future growth that we're going to see in the economy. A lot of foreign investment is coming into the country. I don't know what the number is, $7-8 trillion worth of foreign investment that Trump has attracted. That will lead to more jobs too. So I'm very optimistic about the economy going forward. What is a problem is monetary policy, and it's fighting this growth that the economy should be having. If interest rates were a percentage point lower, the economy, I think, would start soaring, and I'm not worried about inflation.
You know, you're also a professor. My nephew Luke actually is a student there at Stockton. And so I just wonder if you see a difference with students, what they're going into, because we're in the midst of this technological revolution, you know, AI front and center. And so do you see students, even, you know, students, let's say they're a sophomore or junior and they're pivoting a little bit, or are they discussing all of this that's happening with the technological revolution that we've been witnessing?
Not only are they talking about it, they're very matter of fact about it. They've been with computers and smart telephones. They've had that since they were children. So they're very matter of fact about it. And any new technology that helps, they're very quick to adapt. That will help them once they get out into the workforce. The more technologically savvy college graduates are, and the more they keep up with the latest technology, the more marketable they'll be to their employers. That will lead to better jobs, higher paying jobs, and more rapid advancement in their careers. There's been a change in the last few years. You know, under the Biden administration, many colleges took this very liberal view, and they think it should share everything, and we should concentrate on the collective rather than the individual. I think that's not good for the students going out into the real world, because that's not how things work out there. The last year or two, I've noticed a shift more toward trying to improve my own skills, trying to get as far as I can, and a little more toward the individual and less toward the collective. Now, I'm not saying people should be greedy and you shouldn't take care of social responsibility. All that should be there. But the primary objective, I think it's a matter of human nature. People are motivated primarily, not necessarily entirely, but primarily by self-interest. And as long as we recognize that, and as long as the students are able to gather as much skills as they can, they'll get very far in the world. And as they are successful, American people, I think, are very compassionate. When people are making money, everybody wants to help out somebody else. So people will donate and still take care of their social responsibility, but primarily it's individual motivation that drives people.
It's so true. Dr. Michael Busler, you're always so gracious with your time and your expertise. Thank you so much. Until next time.
Thank you, Dan. My pleasure, Dan.
Thanks a million. Appreciate it. We'll get to all of it. We'll talk about the Maha movement. There's some news in there as far as real sugar, getting the chemicals out of your soda.
I love sugar.
Sugar daddy, not a sugar daddy, sugar in the soda. And we'll talk about, oh my gosh, there's just so much news breaking. So we'll talk about all of it, and locally updating you on this just horrific story of a deadly lightning strike in New Jersey. It's just, striking these Boy Scouts, the youngest one, 7 years old, still recovering. We'll get to all of that and your thoughts as well. I'm Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X. Hit me up, hit the follow, and hit that you like us, the thumbs up in the YouTube chat. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You know, it's this heat wave. Well, the heat alerts from the National Weather Service went into effect about 50 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, and last until 8 o'clock tonight. Summertime is obviously here, and the heat is on. Keeping your home cool and efficient, that's paramount, especially this time of year. And that's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They were out to get our AC units summer ready. I'm glad that we had them out. Make sure we're good to go. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced this summer if you haven't already. And if Marvin E. Cans, here's the thing, if they feel your unit needs to be replaced, I can tell you, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane, hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit my guys, marvinecans.com, Kanze.com. Marvin E. Cans, tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
What happened during that skydiving plane crash in Gloucester County, New Jersey? We have some answers from investigators.
Ooh.
And what about that deadly lightning strike that happened, striking Boy Scouts during that awards ceremony? So we'll update you on that story. There is Trump news. There is Pennsylvania news, New Jersey, from across the country. We got it all covered. Stay right here. Be right back.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you suffer a work injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say there are never, ever any upfront fees, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live. Plaza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So much developing, and I'll start you out locally. The heat index is expected to exceed 100 degrees, about 105 degrees. That's what it feels like today, which is why the National Weather Service has issued all of these alerts and warnings for all of us. Be safe, baby, as Mama Zioli always says, if you're out there, and especially if you're out there working. We are expecting the sentencing hearing for former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial today. He's facing up to 20 years behind bars. Remember, this was that tragic traffic stop involving Eddie Irizarry, also 28 years old. So we're waiting for that one. And we'll highlight as well the story we'll update in Montgomery County with ICE serving a proper and legal search warrant. And we have an update on that one. I want to get to two stories. Number one, the story of the National Transportation Safety Board. They've released their preliminary report on the skydiving plane crash. Remember this? About a month ago, that injured 14 people in South Jersey. It was Gloucester County, New Jersey. It was actually earlier this month. So the crash happened July 2nd, if you remember, Cross Keys Airport. And you think about these individuals, skydivers. So they've revealed now that the Cessna single-engine plane went down after the pilot reported that the engine just went dead, just lost power, if you can imagine that. And then it was on its second flight of the day with these skydiving teams, and they tried to land. It went off the road, off the runway there at the Cross Keys Airport. 14 of the 15 people on board were injured. Thank God survived, but were injured. Final report into the exact cause of that engine failure. That could take some months, but we now know that that engine just went dead. So kudos to that pilot who was able to get this thing down and try to land it, but unfortunately lost a little control on the runways. They were trying to deal with that situation. And the other story, I believe, Dan, you have the report locally from 6ABC, is it?
Yep.
And this one has to do with, and it's updating you on the second in a month, the second lightning strike death. This one, as a local Boy Scout troop was it was an awards ceremony, and this lightning during the storms, well, no, I should say during a lack of storms, okay, strikes, and they know what to do. They're prepared. Still, they had a deadly situation. Listen in.
Rick, the publicity director, says the 61-year-old man who died was an instructor, and he would always show up to volunteer, and that's exactly what they were doing here tonight. The director says they were in the middle of teaching a local Boy Scout troop when lightning struck. Now, Jackson Township Police say officers arrived to Black Knight bow benders in the township after 7 p.m. due to reports of several people being hit by lightning at this outdoor archery range. Police say the 61-year-old man died while 13 others suffered injuries, ranging from burns to complaints of not feeling well. The victims range in age from 7 to 61 years old, and at least 8 of them are juveniles. At the scene, police say a man was given CPR while others were triaged, including some who were unconscious but regained consciousness. The publicity director also ran over to help those who were hurt. He says the strike was so loud and powerful, he even felt it.
It hit this tree. You can see where the roots are exposed underneath the tree. Dirt flew up. One of the club members, a big guy, like a 240-pound guy, got thrown up against a tree. Some of these guys are my best friends. It's hard. We've never lost a member in this fashion. There was no indication of anything. It did not rain. There was no light, no thunder. There was nothing. It was just like the finger of God came down and pow.
So I do have breaking news right now. I'm just going to take you to the breaking news on former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial, sentenced to parole after being convicted, you may recall last May, convicted of voluntary manslaughter. That was the lesser charge that he was facing in the shooting death, a tragic traffic stop death, as you may recall, of Eddie Irizarry, who at the time had evaded police, was driving the wrong way in a one-way street. Officers were trying to stop him, had defied the orders to get out of the vehicle. We later learned that Eddie Irizarry, in fact, the family said that he had severe mental health problems, schizophrenia, and did not understand or speak English. That from the family. So that shooting happened during a 2023 traffic stop in Philadelphia. This is making national news right now as the breaking news of the fact that former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial has been sentenced to immediate parole. He was facing 20 years behind bars, and that was something pushed for, if you may recall, by District Attorney Larry Krasner, who, in fact, immediately wanted to charge this policeman with no other record, nothing of that nature, with first-degree murder. The jury did not buy that. In fact, the jury did not convict him on the tougher charges. For example, the jury exonerated him from third-degree murder, let alone first-degree murder, which is what Krasner immediately and initially had charged him with that. And so at this point, it's a sentencing decision made by Judge Glenn Bronson here in Philadelphia, who, by the way, also presided over the trial. The district attorney's office had tried to have the former officer, Mark Dial, held in custody pending sentencing, but the judge had denied that request, saying that Dial was absolutely not any kind of a flight risk or a risk at all to the community. So we have that. It's huge news in Philadelphia, and I imagine for Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, our friend, longtime friend, who we know was among those in the court giving the statements to try to vouch for this officer. I know that Officer Mark Dial has had a huge amount of support in the community, and particularly in the police community, who have felt that this was an injustice to try to put this young man, this young cop, behind bars for the next 20 years of his life. If you have reaction to that, and we'll try to get Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, as I can only imagine, the aftermath outside the courtroom, because there have been many family members, friends, and supporters of Officer Mark Dial as he has spent, the last couple of years fighting this thing. As far as the family of Eddie Irizarry, his family has been heartbroken over this entire situation, and they supported the district attorney trying to charge and lock away this former officer. And my heart goes out to this family. They lost a loved one that day as well during that traffic stop, and certainly their grief. We feel their grief. It was a tragedy, but I feel that the timing of this trial in May, remember, right before the primary election, that was pimping the emotions of this grieving family who lost a loved one. And perhaps we have to revisit things like, let's say drivers who are suffering mentally. Did the shooting victim in this, did he have all the care and the medication that he needed? And also I'll ask the question as well, to understand certain amounts of English to get a driver's license. I don't know if he had a legal driver's license, but that's an important piece of this as well. I think there were other ways to have compassion to deal with this horrifying situation in Philadelphia, but to try to lock away an officer who, by all accounts, has a clean record, a good person, and his parents, his community by his side, I don't think that was the best use of the court system. And even if we want to go down the road of, and many times we've seen other parents in situations say that they want and demand different types of training. Okay, we've seen that in New Jersey. I'm a person with a big heart, and I feel for both of these families, the family of Mark Dial, because it always struck me they don't give the age of Mark Dial. They always gave the age of Eddie Irizarry, who died that day. And I'm sad for the family. I've prayed for the Irizarry family. I hope you have too. But this is the tale of two 28-year-old young men. And to say that one deserves to be locked away in prison for the rest of his life, which is what the DA's office wanted, I don't think that's justice either. 855-839-1210 if you have an opinion on that one. But this is making huge news, and local stations. As a matter of fact, Dan Borowski, I'm watching live on the air the local NBC 10, which is a sister station to KYW News Radio, who's in our building.
It's also youtube.com/@12MWPHT. That's what we're showing on our feed right now.
So thank you, Dan, because we're waiting. The media is waiting for, Mark McMonigal, the attorney who's done a fantastic job. McMonigal, one of the best, by all accounts, defense attorneys.
I just spoke with Sergeant Mark Fuzetti. He's actually in the courtroom. There's a line to get out right now, but he says once he exits the courtroom, he will be giving us a ring.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. So, he was giving that statement to vouch for the character of the former officer, Mark Dial, as well as many others. So what we're looking at outside the court here is the media is waiting for that reaction. When that happens, and when Fuzetti can call in, as you've heard, they're all in the courtroom reacting to this. I can tell you, as a longtime news reporter in those moments, you're seeing the tale of two different families. For the family, for the parents of Dial, and for those, fellow officers and that sort of thing, you're seeing tears. You're seeing hugging. You're seeing relief for one family who will bring their son home, their loved one home. And there's a celebration of justice. On the other hand, what we're seeing right now, first and foremost, the tearful family members of Eddie Irizarry, as they are now and we want to take this live, actually, because let's take this live if we can. They are reacting. The family of Eddie Irizarry reacting. Their T-shirts of Eddie Irizarry with his picture. And as they react, because they're still they're still grief-stricken for their loved ones, and so they feel no doubt.
Unbelievable. Again, my nephew's life as if it didn't matter at all. He literally took his life. There was more than enough evidence. 6 seconds, for crying out loud, and he gets to go home again. And what do we have? Now to go to a cemetery and visit Eddie all over again. But we didn't fail him. The system failed him, not the family, because we fought hard. The system failed him.
We're expecting some jail time.
Of course we were. Of course.
I mean, if it was me and I would have committed this crime, I would have been years. I would have been doing life in prison.
You wouldn't have been
so
out.
He was a cop, so he gets the okay. But that's where they messed up at, because now you're telling everybody, okay, y'all go ahead and get shot, and the cop's going to walk off, because right now he's walking out with his family. We need to go to a cemetery.
The judge said that he thinks he feels remorse. What do you think about that?
Well,
he does not feel remorse. Those tears were not there. Those tears just started today. Those tears started in May of 2025. Those tears were never there all along. Never. Not once did they even look our way. Not once did he even say he was sorry. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. So I don't buy them.
What's your message to the court?
They need to stop failing the people. They need to stop failing the little people.
Yeah.
So what we're covering right now is, this is live, this is local, this is real, and as you're hearing, it's raw, as the grief-stricken family of Eddie Irizarry, this was a traffic stop attempt that turned tragic, and this was somebody who, the police were pursuing him, trying to pull him over as he was driving erratically. He ran a red light, according to police, and as well then went the wrong way down a one-way street. And as law enforcement was ordering him out of the vehicle, he was defying law enforcement, defying those orders. And so in those moments, he had in his hand a knife, had a weapon in his hand. They could see something was in his hand. There was, and there were conflicting reports. Did Officer Mark Dial at the time, did his partner yell, he's got a gun? Or did they yell, he's got a knife? He had something in his hand. In that split second, the 28-year-old officer at the time firing through the driver's side window and shooting, and at the end of the day, shooting and killing Eddie Irizarry, who we later learned was a diagnosed schizophrenic, had major mental health problems, and the family has repeatedly said that he had moved from Puerto Rico, had lived here for many years in Philadelphia after moving there, but that he, according to the family, did not speak English and did not understand English and could not have understood the officers. So that was the word, just to review with you this trial. It was a May trial, and the jury had exonerated Mark Dial from the more serious charges. And remember, in the back and forth process within the proceedings, and this took more than 2 years to even bring it to trial, D.A. Krasner wanting to hold him accountable at the highest level, saying that this was first-degree murder. That was thrown out. But even on the other, third-degree murder charges, those did not stick with a Philadelphia jury. So we're waiting to hear from his defense team, as they have fought hard for justice, and they have fought hard to make sure that this particular former officer, that he did not go to jail for 20 years. He has received immediate parole. That's the word, and that's why you're hearing from the family first. We'll get more reaction from the other side and your reaction. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here today. We'll be right back.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer. It doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Major breaking news. Let's listen to the defense team of newly freed Officer Mark Dial.
You're going to see folks coming out and arising from the states that are getting stuff done.
Nope, my feed's not working. There's something messy in this board there, Dawn. Sorry about that.
Former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial is a free man at this hour. Major breaking news. His defense team,
his family, his career as a police officer. So no, we're not surprised. We had faith that the judge would carefully consider everything.
Just one quick question: are you guys considering still appealing his conviction at all, or are you still looking at that?
We haven't made any decisions beyond today. Our focus has really been on making sure that Mark is able to get on with the rest of his life, that he not return to prison, and we're overjoyed by today. And we'll discuss, the future in the future. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, guys.
So the breaking news at this hour, you just heard his defense team speaking there, but this is former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial, a free man at this hour, after a Philadelphia judge has issued the ruling on his sentence. And this follows that May trial over the tragic traffic stop back in 2023 and the shooting death of Eddie Irizarry. So here's what happened in court. Mark Dial was sentenced to 9.5 months to 2 years in prison, but he's being granted immediate parole because he has already served the 10 months behind bars. And so that's why he gets the immediate parole. In other words, if you're sentenced to 9.5 months, you've served more than that mandatory minimum, and so letting him go. We do have Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, who was there in the courtroom. Good morning. Your reaction? Hey.
It's such a it's a sad day. Somebody did die, and somebody lost their career, but the judge knew as soon as he started speaking. You could tell. In my own belief, I don't believe he even agreed with the verdict. He knew Mark should reason to believe that his life was in danger. The judge even said, everybody heard it. He said gun. Mark believed it was a gun. The knife handle looked like a gun handle. You look, hindsight's always 20/20. You kind of think like, if he went with a judge instead of a jury, he would have been found not guilty and got his job back. But at least he gets to go home with his family.
What was the reaction? Can you just paint a picture for us as far as that reaction in the courtroom by, and I know Mark Dial, usually his parents are in the courtroom, but I imagine it was a packed courtroom. Can you just describe for us what it was like inside the courtroom?
It was packed, a lot of officers, a lot of uniform support, family, friends. They had to move it to a bigger courtroom because of all the people. And, everyone tried to keep their emotions as they really go over, emphasize, somebody's not going to be happy with one of the sentence. So please keep, proper decorum in a courtroom. And when he said 9.5 months to 2 years, he's already did 10 months. I'm granting immediate parole. It was just a sigh of relief. Yeah. Like you could hear the gasp of, oh, thank God, from everybody. And then, Eddie's family, and understandably, were upset, and people tried to storm out of the courtroom, but the judge kind of, told everyone to just calm down and sit back down. And then he adjourned, and the family left, and, everybody got to hug Mark and his mom and his girlfriend and all his family and friends.
For you, and I know that you were one of, there were people essentially when a sentencing like this happens, because there was a guilty verdict on a far lesser charge. And I've talked at great length, as you know, about how Krasner wanted a first-degree murder. He wanted to go then for the third degree. The jury didn't go for that. They went for that lesser one. But in this kind of a situation, there are people who want to vouch for somebody and want to tell the judge this is a good person and this is why. In other words, it's the community plea, the family plea to show grace and not sentence a young man to the next 20 years behind bars for what really accounts to, like you've said, a workplace split-second decision when your partner yells he's got a gun. What was it that you said and that others said in the court to this judge and submitting those in writing to try to, to make people understand, first of all, the mindset of an officer and why this particular officer you would hope would go free today as he is?
Yeah, it was, my letter to the court and message to the judge was a simple one. Mark is friends with my son, and my one son had some issues with, addiction and, trouble with the law. And Mark, being a police officer, like many cops would push that kind of person away. Mark took him under his wing, showed him, hey, listen, this is what happens when you're a good member of society. You don't need to be the person that drinks and shows off for everybody. You don't need to be the womanizer. You can just be a good person. I'm going to show you how I was a good person by just being a normal, member of society. And that's what Mark did for him. Like, would bring him out, would always be his supporter. And I truly believe if it weren't for Mark, I wouldn't have my son here today. And that was my message to the judge. That was my message to the court. This is a tragedy, one that he is devastated about, not for his own safety, not for his own freedom, but he took a life and he hates it.
Yeah.
And he showed sympathy and compassion and regret from the second he pulled the trigger. And the judge saw that. And everybody had the same message. He is there's nothing they could even the prosecutors couldn't argue about how good of a human being he is. He's just a great role model. And even with this conviction, the police department still lost a great police officer.
And that's just it, Mark. I just wonder, what is the long-term impact? Because I feel like policing, it's the only profession that I can think of where, let's say a doctor, a nurse, even a journalist does something where they're accused of doing something that's criminal or nefarious or unethical. The media and the world and the community does not judge the entire profession. That's not the case in policing. In policing, one officer is accused of something and everybody is sort of convicted and painted with this broad brush. And so essentially, during a trial like this, it's kind of like the entire Philadelphia Police Department. Every police officer is on trial. What's the emotional impact of that for law enforcement?
Right. This is one of the things I've always been concerned with my friends, people I know and care about that are still in law enforcement. When an incident like this happens, everybody takes a look in the mirror and says, wait a minute, is this going to happen to me if I have to make this split-second decision? And God forbid, I'm doing everything by the book. I'm doing everything right. I think my life is in danger, and I have 1 to 3 seconds to make a decision, and I make the wrong one. Now, am I going to jail? Am I going to lose my job? Am I going to have protesters at my house? Now, while you're thinking that, while the crime is happening, you're dead. It's over. You don't have that kind of time. So that's what this puts in the mind of other officers. It's, what do I do in this situation now? Do I now run away? It's doing things that you're not trained to do to protect your own, safety, your own freedom. Yeah. And that's the message that Krasner sends when he does this to people. And I know wholeheartedly Krasner knew he wasn't going to get anything more than what he did. That's why he pushed for the murder back last year and had Mark sit in jail for 10 months. That was the punishment. Krasner knew what he was doing. That was the punishment then. Yes, thank God the judge was a very well-educated, professional, level-headed, master of the court that saw what this was. It was a tragedy. Mark reasonably believed his life was in danger. All the facts pointed to that, and that's why he gets to go home today. And it doesn't, take away from what the family lost. They lost a loved one tragically. That's horrible. Mark is very sorry for that. He's been sorry since the moment it happened. And there's no winners here. But this is just another situation where I wish our district attorney would just, put the blinders on when it comes to our police officers and realize these guys and men and women are making decisions that he would fail at. And to judge them over and over and to put their lives through what they do is just not right. And it takes effect on the thousands of cops that work in this city or any cop that comes into this city. You make a mistake, even though you're doing everything right and you're doing everything by the book, you make a mistake, I'm coming for you. And that's a terrible message because any police officer on the street right now that has to make a life or death decision and they start thinking about Larry and what he's going to do, it's over.
Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, thank you so much for sharing this emotional day, this breaking news story. And as I said off the beginning, I pray for the Irizarry family who's grieving, but also the family of, former Officer Mark Dial, because they've been through it. So thank you so much. We just appreciate you, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I do back the blue, and I'm proud of that because we have to support our law enforcement. And so to me, the answer on this one is, and I hope that the Irizarry family gets some counseling. I know they've reached out for that, but in this case, it's a real example of the importance of the mental, not just the mental health crisis, people who have things like schizophrenia as well as other mental health situations. And then as well, if they don't speak any English or very limited, I just have to question that as well. We need to rethink driver's licenses, and perhaps combine that with police training. Although right now, think about what's going on after the defund the police movement. You think about, you have to be in the academy basically a year if you go into law enforcement, because the training, we keep saying, well, train differently. What does that do? Extending the training. So when we look at how far we're down, well over, as I look at the stats, at least 1,200, if not more than that, maybe closer to 1,400, because so many cops are retiring. And this case in point is one of the reasons why. 855-839-1210. We have to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back.
Weather sponsored by the Independence Seaport Museum.
The heat and humidity will peak today as a heat advisory is in effect. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a stray shower or storm later this afternoon. High 94, but feeling more like 100 with the humidity. Tonight, partly cloudy, becoming less humid, low 74, and a comfortable day on Friday, mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 86.
Cool off this summer at Paddle Pens Landing, part of the Independence Seaport Museum. Rent a paddle boat, rubber ducky, or flamingo, and explore Philly's waterfront with family and friends. Fridays through Sundays, 2 till 7 p.m. Learn more at phillyseaport.org/paddle.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, Don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210WPHT. WPHT.
Other headlines of the day that I've been giving, what the news cycle anymore, right? So just to update for you, the Senate did pass that $9 billion in DOGE cuts. And what does that mean? In part, it defunds the corporation that doles out your federal tax dollars and mine to NPR and PBS. So this goes back to Congress funding this corporation back in the 60s. But they were mandated to never be political. So they were ordered to be a nonprofit, unbiased news source that would serve the community. And this is back in the beginning of the days, really, of television news and obviously radio as well. But they were mandated that they could never be political. They could never be partisan, nor could they ever show that bias. It's written right into that doctrine is when Congress created this. I'm just pointing this out to you. And so the truth is, I think that they not only, were on the line, they crossed the line, and then they went way far over the line over the years. And so it's they're unraveling with these funds, which I don't think are necessary as somebody who's worked in media in the private sector and television my pretty much the vast majority of my adult life. I just think they blew it for themselves because they didn't even try to pretend that they were unbiased. They didn't even try anybody. I mean, there was a point, right? Maybe in the I would say around the time my kids were born, people at least tried to pretend that they were unbiased. But lately, it's changed over the past. We've seen that change over the past, I'll say, decade. Especially with social media and smartphones, they were just proud to be liberal and bash conservatives, make fun of conservatives, focus on the successes or what they deemed a success for Democrats and what they felt were the failures of conservatives and Republicans. And so they blew it. They did this for them. The gravy train is over, people, but you did it to yourselves. And that's and so we talk about NPR and PBS because that's what but it's the corporation. That's the one, the overall corporation that then funnels the money to them. So sorry. And you can still have those entities, but do what we do here. Do what every private sector company does. go out and do sales and advertising. And if you want to have subscriptions, fine. Then go get them. Go out in the community. Get them yourself. But I don't have any pity with that because their CEOs highly paid. They were unabashed in their support for Democrats and criticism of Republicans. They got political, and they should have known the deal. It's right there in the charter. Look it up yourself. So we have all of that going on. As we look at, I'm looking at Dave McCormick's X feed. He was really basking in the success of his belief that President Donald J. Trump's leadership is bringing us back on this day. Speaking of Pennsylvania this week, it really was a great look at a victory for Pennsylvania. So that caught my eye that he was thanking President Trump that made this possible this week. A huge success. Dan Borowski, what am I missing? We have so much going. I do want to get to the Montgomery County story because we talked about that earlier and we haven't touched on it. How are you? Hi. Hey. We're taking a breath, man.
Yeah, no, there's so much going on today. I'm over here kind of buzzing around, seeing what's going on. Just about an hour ago, there's a Senate confirmation hearing going on for Emil Bove, a federal judge who's being nominated, a Senate panel. And Cory Booker took his chance to make a big grandstandula type moment again. You want to hear the audio?
Yeah.
Integrity. How could you be doing this? At least have a vote on my point of order. Sir, with all appeals to your decency, with all appeals to your integrity, with all appeals to past jurisdiction and past precedent, why are you doing this? This is outrageous.
This is a kangaroo court. That's all we have here,
This
Mr.
is
Chairman.
wrong. To violate your own rules without going by the mandates of the parliamentarian. This is unbelievable. There's a way to do this. If you want to force this through, if you want to ram this through, there's a way to do it in accordance to the rules as spelled out by the parliamentarian. It is simple. It is clear. There's a pathway to achieve what you're
people are
trying
walking
to
out,
achieve.
as Booker says,
But
as Democrats
sir, this
walking out of
lacks
the hearing.
decency. It lacks decorum. It shows that you do not want to simply hear from your colleagues. This is absolutely wrong.
And so in this one, as we have now, this is in the Senate, and the Democrats, as Dan just said, walking out of the vote of Emil Bove's judicial nomination, President Trump nominating Mr. Bove, a senior Justice Department official, to be a judge on the third U.S. Circuit of Appeals. And so this is the Bove vote, if you will. And you hear Booker. I don't see, not to the level of tears of rage, because I don't know if we'll have a Zioli impression, because those were some fun days when Zioli used to go into it with the Cory Booker tears of rage. But all I can think about is Cory Booker as a teenager, making the appeal. Mom, this is an outrage. You said I could have
the crocodile tears,
the keys to the car. My friends are going out. My buddies from Penn State, they're here. We need this. It's an outrage. I'm a good kid.
I had tears of rage.
So he comes off as so whiny.
Can I have a hug?
I know. He needs a hug, people. Give
About
the
the
man
closest
a hug.
I'll probably ever have in my life to an I am Spartacus moment.
Those were the days. And by the way, there's another headline. So we talked about the rescissions vote. They call it the rescissions vote. I hate that because, rescissions vote. It's basically voting in Doge. That's the Department of Government Efficiency decided what cuts needed to happen in the budget. And these are things that you and I do every single day in our lives to, balance our budget. So that's going on. It'll go back to the House. The House could vote on this legislation today, but for sure it looks like Trump will vote it into law as long as everything goes smoothly by Friday. And then another headline is that there was an assessment of the damage. This had to do with Iran from U.S. strikes on the Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities. They found one of the three sites sounds like destroyed, demolished completely, but the two others were not as, quote, badly damaged and might be able to, resume or bring back operations in a matter of months. So what does that mean? What does that look like? Remember the enriched materials and that whole debate. So Those are some national headlines for you. I know Caroline Leavitt expected to hold a briefing at 1 p.m. today. Trump getting briefed, and he's to sign more executive orders. That's all in the swirl of what's happening today. And what about Montgomery County? Did we talk about Montgomery County? Now I'm forgetting because everything's a blur. Montgomery County, I want to just give you some media analysis on the coverage of these ICE arrests. So this is something that has been a lead story. The Philadelphia Inquirer has been covering it to a great extent. NBC and 6ABC, they covered it, I think, the most, but all the local stations. What am I talking about? We had federal law enforcement. They had to get a warrant, which requires, right, a judge to sign off on that. And they got a search warrant of a local grocery store, the Gigante store. It's the West Norton Gigante Market, as it's called, in Montgomery County, right there outside of Norristown, if you're familiar. We've seen these ICE officers delivering these types of warrants. So this is not some random raid, as if these federal law enforcement officers, as if they're like driving around Philadelphia on some joyride and say, hey, let's go to that grocery store. That looks like maybe some Hispanics are over there, and let's racially profile people. That is not what's happening here. So this requires due process, but it requires police work at many levels. So here's what I'm told. Number one, there are some places where, family members who have jobs and work and they have kids, and they get upset when they do have the SNAP money, SNAP, so they get some help from the government because they can't make ends meet, and they go to a grocery store and they see people who are not contributing to the system, people who they perceive don't have jobs and have a bunch of kids, and they're getting the same benefits as American United States citizens who are working and have kids to raise and are paying taxes and paying into the system. And you know what? They get mad. They get angry. We've seen that in Philadelphia. Remember, we told you that as far as the African American vote, but especially the Hispanic vote here in Philadelphia, was the numbers that went for Trump. This is why. Because they get aggravated. They stood in a line. They legally became citizens. They're paying into the system. And now they see illegals getting free stuff from our tax paid for by us, right? So one of the things that nobody ever talks about is that there are people who call, who say, hey, you really ought to go to the Super Gigante Market, the West Norton Market, and you ought to check out what's going on there. That's one of the things that happens, okay? In this case, we have confirmation that the 14 individuals who were taken into custody by ICE, by federal officers, that they do not have legal status. And by the way, that was confirmed by the grocery store. They confirmed, yeah, these people, they hoped to become citizens someday, but they are here illegally. So we have that. We have the 14 were taken into custody. And then we have all the reaction from the community, and there are advocacy groups and community members and
I have some audio
very emotional ladies. Oh, you have audio?
Yeah, I have audio of that. Here you go.
In Spanish and in English.
Bless those gathered here.
This group prayed outside the Super Agante Market tonight, hours after Immigration and Customs Enforcement says its agents conducted a federal court-authorized raid at the store in West Norriton.
I was just wondering if it's possible for us to help notify families.
ICE tells Action News that 14 people who do not have legal status to be here in the U.S. were taken into custody this morning. The Mexican consulate in Philadelphia says at least 6 are Mexican nationals.
To know that 14 people were taken today, that's just heartbreaking.
Holly Haven says she was across the street as the raid happened. When she heard screaming and yelling, she ran over.
I saw about 7 or 8 what I believe to be ICE agents, men and women dressed in full camo, faces covered, what looked to be holding some kind of rifle.
The manager at the market says the 14 taken into custody are men who work here, and that many of them are working to become U.S. citizens. Community leaders say immigration officials were recently at this store.
The time when they come last time, they said they're going to coming back. So we was trying to, give them their red cards and giving them information.
In May, the Department of Homeland Security put out a list of jurisdictions it says are obstructing federal immigration laws. It included Montgomery County.
We're all just people that want to live our lives, to be free.
Holding flowers.
So that is 6ABC reporting on this. And we've seen this happen in Lansdale, Montgomery County, Ambler. They were just on right in the area of Conshohocken, I know, and Cheltenham. So across Montgomery County, these different arrests. Now, I don't have word from or confirmation from ICE officials as to whether or not any of these individuals taken into custody who, by the grocery store's own word, were here illegally. They knew that immigration had visited, and they were trying to get some kind of a red card, which means they did not have any kind of visa, red card, whatever. I don't have any allegation or word if there are charges or if any of these individuals, like we've seen in other entities, are accused of, being convicted criminals, convicted pedophiles, convicted human traffickers, convicted rapists, which we have reported on that in the past as a result of these ICE arrests or custody situations. So I just want to give that to you down the middle. But you'll notice the reporters are not asking those questions. So as a reporter, I would ask those questions. I don't see them asking that. So we have to take a break. Be right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Another headline today, and I had mentioned this earlier, that remember President Trump had said he would hope to reopen the notorious, the famous Alcatraz prison. And so we know that Attorney General Pam Bondi, and there have been a lot of you have joked about this because apparently she is touring Alcatraz among, what we're now being told may actually happen. That in fact, they hope to someday announce the reopening of the infamous island prison of Alcatraz. So that's a real thing. I guess Secretary Doug Burgum and Attorney General Pam Bondi are there, and they hope to announce that they're going to try to reopen Alcatraz. So we have the Florida alligator Alcatraz, and then we have the real Alcatraz, reopening these or creating these prisons. We have the Dom Giordano Show teed up for a big Dom show. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Don. Thank you. Mike Rowe, one of my top 5 all time, right at noon, just back from the summit, and he's concerned about AI, coding, and why people are not going into jobs that he thinks might be a better path. And we'll also talk with Jeff Van Drew. Really surprising. He voted for the discharge. He's one of the co-signers to get the Epstein files out there. He's here at 2:30.
Perfect. A great Dom show just ahead.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought Smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Hi, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the streaming TV company that's proud to be different. At Philo, we put the audience first. It sounds simple, but how often are you frustrated just trying to watch TV? I run a streaming company, and even I can't figure it out. From hidden fees to impossible to break contracts to dozens of confusing apps, TV has gotten way too hard. So we set out to make it better. You want to watch live TV from the channels you've always loved, like Discovery, A&E, Nickelodeon, and more? Philo's got you covered. You want to discover something new from our library of over 80,000 movies and shows? Then save every episode for up to a year so you can skip all the ads? No problem. Your favorite show is over, and you want to take a break from your subscription? We've made it as easy as possible, and you can still enjoy more than 100 free channels. We built Philo so that you can love the way you watch TV for a price you can afford. Because at Philo, we're TV fans too. Head to philo.tv/Andrew to start a free trial and see for yourself. That's philo.tv/Andrew.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Any moment now, Mike Rowe should be checking in, one of my all-time favorite guests. We'll talk with Mike about his appearance at the summit in Pittsburgh, what he said about jobs, coding, AI, all that stuff. And it should be any second. Oh, my God, he called and wanted to do Zoom. Hey, let's just go basic. Let's get Mike Rowe on here on Talk Radio 1210. Now, Jeff Van Drew surprised me. Van Drew, I couldn't believe it. I had to check several sources. He'll be here at 2:30 today. You don't want to miss this. His rationale for joining with Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bo Bartz, this guy Burchett, and one other, I think, to push for a discharge position to force a vote to get the Epstein file out there. Now, there's one fly in the ointment. You got to wait 7 legislative days for this, as far as I know. And that means that it may not happen because there's a recess. Then when they come back in August, God only knows where they'll be. But are you amazed that Jeff Van Drew, no, Jeff Van Drew is one of the biggest supporters of the president, but he's not afraid when he is off the mark to say, hey, Mr. President, you're off the mark. So you'll get to hear at 2:30. We'll take our time and we'll go through it methodically. All right, you know that there's nobody we love better to talk with, particularly when he's in the center of the action, not just some random day. But Mike Rowe joins us here again in Philadelphia. Mike, welcome in. And your comments were kind of the star in talk radio here coming out of the summit.
Well, thank you very much. I was just honored to be in the room and delighted to see the headlines catch up to my smack after 17 years. It's just a heck of a thing.
Yeah, well, Mike, I am not the biggest. I am more worried about AI than anything. I realize we have to compete globally with it and all that. But, boy, going downtown with this is going to cause dislocation. And you argued one of the biggest, all these people told, be a coder. You remember the film Plastics with Dustin Hoffman? If that were made today, The Graduate, they would say, coding, kid. What do you say?
Yeah. Well, I'd say we're awfully long in certainty, and there's an awful lot of humble pie being passed around right now. I remember when I started MicroWorks in Labor Day 2008, and a couple years in, I started to hear, you know, Mike, the robots are coming, and the technology is coming, and pretty soon all these durable trades are going to be either outsourced or replaced by tech. And look, somewhere down the line in this brave new world, I suspect that'll probably come to pass. But right now in our lives, turns out it's the white-collar jobs. Turns out it's not the robots, it's the AI. And the disruption that you're going to see among the coders, among software engineers, among paralegals, even writers, especially writers, is going to be massive. And who would have imagined? It's the plumbers and the steam fitters and the pipe fitters and the welders and the HVAC guy and the electricians who are going to be, not even going to be, they're in demand now, and the prospect of careers in those vocations are now being accompanied by a level of security that no one's talked about in decades.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, let's hope so, because I'll go back again to that principle. I mean, how in the world would I trust AI with something important like the plumber? I mean, come on. How in the world can it figure that out? The genius that goes into that, high-level people, somebody looking at your car, all the things that you talk about, you just cannot put that into AI.
I don't think so. And again, you know, I don't want to be a Luddite. I mean, things are happening fast, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I can do math, Dom, and I know that every year for the last 12 years, 5 tradesmen retire and 2 replace them. That's the ratio. 5 out, 2 in. And you can walk through any construction site and just look at the faces of the people doing the work. The average age 20 years ago was 32. Today it's 52. So we've got a huge amount of downward pressure shrinking the pool of available skilled labor in our country. We also have the stigmas and stereotypes that evolved after we removed shop class from high school that still dissuade a lot of people from looking at these jobs. But the real headline this week is coming out of Pittsburgh. And the Innovation and Energy Summit that was convened there was remarkable. I mean, I've been to a lot of these things. I was just at the Aspen Ideas Festival a month before.
Well, yeah, let me ask you, but I can't picture Mike Rowe in the Aspen crowd there. You know, when I heard that, I'm kind of thinking, wait a minute, I can see my skin crawling here seeing this, Mike.
Well, look, man, I had to bite my tongue more than once. I mean, I sat there and listened to Fareed Zakaria and Walter Isaacson have a debate about the future of work and was just... I thought Walter made some pretty good points, you know, but I just, Fareed is still talking about a world where you can't make money working with your hands. And I got 2,500 people who have gone through my foundations. Most of them are making 6 figures welding, HVAC, and they don't have any college debt. So we just have there's a narrative in this country that's not getting enough exposure, and you have been terrific over the years in shining a light on this. But I'm here to tell you, brother, the headlines have caught up to this issue. And I sat there next to President Trump on stage with him as he is talking about the millions of jobs that are going to be created as we invest in these AI centers, which are really just, I mean, they're data centers, but they're AI factories, right? And the only reason they're not being built as quickly as we need them to be built is because we don't have the skilled labor. And so there's just this giant inconvenient truth that is emerging out of all of these conferences. It happened in Aspen when Larry Fink of BlackRock sat on the stage. Now, he and I don't see eye to eye on any number
I would
of things.
think that. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, right? I mean, I get it. But there he sits, looking out at that crowd, and his exact words were, "Do not be fooled. We need 500,000 electricians."
Wow.
Stat. Now, this guy, just so your listeners understand, I mean, he runs $12 trillion in money, and you don't look at BlackRock or Blackstone or any of the big, J.P. Morgan and go, oh, well, that's a big blue-collar company. It's the opposite. But what they're realizing is that the companies in their portfolio, the companies in which they're heavily invested, have all come to the same undeniable calculus. There's more opportunity than there are workers. And the race to find skilled labor is becoming something that's exponential and cannibalistic. You've got guys, the American maritime industry who build our submarines. They're looking for 140,000 welders and electricians. 140,000.
Wow.
The automotive sector, 80,000 collision repair and technicians. Energy, don't even get me started. Some say 300, some say 500,000. It's hard to know. But it's a lot. And so they're all competing for the same people. And this makes it awkward for me to sit. I don't care about the Aspen thing. That was kind of fun, to be honest with you. But sitting there in Pittsburgh, I was biting my tongue because, look, man, I was there in 2009 when Obama promised 3 million shovel-ready jobs in his Highway Infrastructure Act.
Right.
And I wrote an open letter to the White House. I said, look, man, I am rooting for you. I want to see this work, but do you understand that you're selling 3 million shovel-ready jobs to a country that is not all that interested in picking up a shovel. You've got to do something to make a case for these jobs. You can't simply create them. You have to create enthusiasm for them. And I worry, Dom, right now, if the president is successful, and I'm rooting for him, I want to see reshoring. I want to see reindustrialization. I want to see us fall back in love with the business of making stuff. But if he succeeds, you're talking about 2 or 3 million new jobs in manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? I mean, I hate to be Debbie Downer, but right now we have 412,000 open positions
but Mike,
in manufacturing
let me interrupt
that we
here,
can't fill.
Because you have been, I interviewed somebody yesterday, calls himself the evangelist for school choice, and I think he is. You are way beyond that for years on this, and I thought it was working. That's why I was surprised. The coding thing I get, but I thought it was working, that you had broken through, that we had broken through talk radio. Listeners are with you. It's unbelievable when you're on, that these jobs were being looked at differently. We realize it's not your grandfather's working with your hands. There's technology involved. There's a lot more money involved, a lot more demand. And you seem to be saying something is still blocking us. There's still a bias against that?
Here's what I think it is. I think you're turning a tanker around in the open ocean. Right now, and I mean this with great respect, but I would say the vast majority of your listeners probably understand that sugar is far more addictive, far more dangerous, and having a much greater impact on our overall collective health than virtually any controlled substance, right? Mm-hmm. Sugar's dangerous, and 200 years ago, the average American was consuming 2 or 3 pounds a year. Today, we're closer to 300 pounds a year in sugar. So most people know that, but most people still drink Diet Coke. Most people still eat processed foods, right? So it's one thing to be aware of something, and it's another thing to slowly get up to speed with the fact that you're going to have to do something with your awareness. I think we're somewhere in that vertical. We know that our workforce is doomed if it's not balanced. We know that blue and white collar jobs are two sides of the same coin. We know that even though we might have great trepidation about all that AI is going to usher in, we know that it's okay to worry about the uncertain future of getting that genie out of the bottle. But we also know that if we don't compete right now and win, if China eats our lunch in this race, then we've got a whole different set of problems. So it's nuanced. I wish it were more binary. It's complicated, but different states, different governors at different rates and different degrees are beginning to realize that we've got to do something. And I can't flip a switch and make everybody go, oh, yeah, I get it, all at the same time. It's going to be fits and starts, and it's going to be lots of conversations like this one in talk radio all over the country. So,
well, I have a solution to all these things. People like you that I have reverence for, I'm putting in charge. You're the czar of this. All I need to do as president is tell me how much you need, and I'm going to up it by $10 billion because I know you're thrifty. And then go to town because you know what to do. You have broken through. And that's why it disturbed me to hear maybe not as much. I understand what you're saying. I'm impatient. I know you are too. So, Mike, coming on today, thank you. But tell us what Mike Rowe is up to. It's been a little while. What are the main projects? Where do we find you? What are you working on?
I've been doing the same show for 30 years, Tom. I just changed the title every so often, you know?
Yeah.
Dirty Jobs went to Somebody's Got to Do It. That became Returning the Favor. Now I call it People You Should Know. It's on my YouTube channel. Mostly, I mean, there are a lot of plates that spin in my weird little world, but I woke up a couple years ago and the foundation had become the sun in my solar system. And so today, I'll go to the Aspen Institute. I'll go to the Energy AI Summit. I'll do TED Talks. I'm pushing the rock up the hill as best I can with all the humor I can muster and telling the story as best as I can tell it. And this, look, I'll leave you with this, man. It is Bobby Kennedy said to me a year and a half ago, micro works is important. And if you run with me, I mean, he actually, we had that conversation. He said, my first order of business will be to make it macro works. And that stuck with me. And I'm not a political animal. I'll go to D.C. I'll take the meetings. I had a great conversation with Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright in energy. These guys are all engaged. They all get it. But the solution is not going to end with a .gov. But the government has to be involved in turning this ship around. So that's my purpose, just to nudge him as best I can and try not to get goose-stepped out of the White House.
What's the best place for people to go for all things Mike Rowe? That's the takeaway here. Where do they go, Mike?
I'm so easy to find. I'm kind of everywhere right now. Facebook is easy, MikeRowe.com. If you want to go to the foundation and kick around that website, I'd be grateful. It's called microworks.org. We'll give away $5 million next month in work ethic scholarships. And that happens, believe it or not, because some of these companies I've mentioned that I typically don't see eye to eye with are supporting us. Many other companies who do support us in an obvious way are there, but mostly it's listeners like yours and viewers like mine and people who understand that we've been at this for 17 years. And, we're not playing. Thank you for what you said before. I am very stingy with my donors' money. And we've set the bar this year. Final thought, and this is optimistic, and forgive me if I'm repeating myself because I'm on the press tour today, but we have 10 times the applicants on this round of work ethic scholarships as we did a year ago today.
Wow.
That's why I'm encouraged, but I'm in my lane. I'm in my little ecosystem, and I'm seeing real growth in microworks. But until or unless we make it macroworks, then it's going to be state by state, festival by festival, summit by summit. It's an awakening. God, I hate to use that word, but talk about woke. That's what
the
this
word.
is.
No, that is the word. Well, look, we'll hook up with Chuck, who does great work for you, Mike, and get on one of the scholarship winners, the work study, the program, and continue with them and maybe occasionally get them to drop in. I think that's a good way to put a face to this and a story and a person to it.
It's a battle of persuasion and communication, and you play a role in that, and so do a lot of others who have a platform, a camera, a microphone, and the willingness to tell it like it is. I really appreciate your support, Dom.
Thank you, Mike. Well, you know how I feel about your great work, so anytime here in Philadelphia anyway. Thank you, Mike.
Deal. Thanks.
All right, Mike Rowe, you can't kick off better than that. We talked about the Guardian of Heroes the other day. If I had that, he's one of them. And he's saying that Great Awakening is needed. It has not dislodged the world of work, trade, those kinds of things in the manner that he's seeing. 855-839-1210. That's what makes talk radio great, too, when we can bring you guys like this. I think I've interviewed him 7 or 8 times over the years, and I remember almost every part of it. I'd love to get him to Philadelphia for an event. I worked on it, used all kinds of powers of persuasion. Someday, though, he's on the list. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Jeff Van Drew here at 2:30 today. Jeff Van Drew, no bigger supporter of the president, but I think part of his support is he's willing to tell the president when something's amiss. He has signed off to try to discharge and get a vote on releasing the Epstein files. I mean, the other people on the list, Massey, you can think of his reasoning. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bobart, they go wild, they get on things like this. But I saw Jeff Van Drew last night. So where are we on all matters Epstein? We'll give you a little bit more on what's happening, but him signing off surprises me a good bit. 855-839-1210. I'll give you the side question coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back?
At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of Christmas and July savings. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assured guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price. And there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course we do it all, including delivery and installation.
Celebrate Christmas in July with big savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Upgrade your laundry for less with LG. Get a top-load washer and large capacity dryer from LG. Regularly $749 each for only $498.88 each. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Always fired up, always inspired. Is there anybody more you'd like to see in elective office than Mike Rowe? You know, but I can imagine the conversation, the difficulty of what it's like with a guy like that, Mike Rowe in Aspen. All right, I'll give you the side question in a moment. We have a new poll out indicating it's much closer in Jersey, as we told you, in the Jack Ciattarelli, Mikey Sherrill race. We'll get into that. Jack will be here tomorrow at 12:45. You don't want to miss that. Got a ton of things to catch up with. He's going to win. It's going to be close, but I predict here and now he's going to win. Now, I put up on Twitter, and I've gotten some pretty good ones. But people are meandering. I want you to think clearly. We've been pushing back on President Trump, and rightfully so, in the Epstein files more today than ever. Jeff Van Drew, as I said, signing off. But I get it. People saying, what about the big picture? In other words, what about the accomplishments? Well, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I put up on Twitter, given this, fork in the road, what are the biggest things that President Trump has accomplished? And I still put up mine, stopping the Republican Party and blunting the Democrat Party when it comes to unending wars. That's going to be the biggest legacy, even bigger than the border. But the border is certainly up there. What else would you point to? What would you point to when you say, this is what Trump has done to this point? What, 5 years in, or 4.5, whatever. But it's really a 10-year run here when you take the 4 years out. 855-839-1210, you get in. Now, side question today. Dan, we've teased this several times, is fully with us today, and Andrew's a dad, sitting in for Henry. Hit us with your advice to a new dad. Now, I'm a long-term dad. I'll give you my advice. There are two very quick things in a nutshell. One of it as kind of the educator type of thing. Be confident as a dad. Your parents used to be competent. Now, maybe they were wrong in some ways, whatever, but what the hell? They were confident.
Competent or confident?
Confident.
Okay.
Confidence is, I tell you what it is.
Competence is important, too.
I was going to say both are good things.
Well, confidence, let's start with confident, because too many people out there making parents, am I doing this right? Like you have a gazillion-page book on how to be a parent. No.
Yeah? Don't read the books?
No, don't read the books.
Don't read the books?
Don't read the books. Listen to the Dom Giordano.
Have confidence in yourself.
Okay. And the other is, the biggest thing that will come back is try to make traditions, I think we all know this early on, traditional things you do that create memories. With DJ and Luke, I was lucky. See, I don't know, Andrew, don't answer yet, but raising a daughter, I would have deferred to Roe a little bit more. With DJ and Luke, though, sports, it was unending.
Yeah.
And particularly, the two of them have their own little foibles. Like Luke is really good, but he can't lose. If he's losing, suddenly he's on you. Just, he's a calm personality.
Is that a good personality trait to have, though?
No, I didn't say it was. I'm just saying,
He's
though.
just pointing it out.
I'm just pointing out what it was like if you dared beat him. DJ's more intense, but he rolls with it. If he loses, he loses.
Yeah.
But the other guy, you just can't win.
Luke will come after you in spite.
Oh, yeah, it might be fluky, whatever. So we had all kinds of iterations until it got to be I couldn't beat Luke, and it was hopeless. Then you have to, I don't accept it, of course. You continue on. But with the daughter.
Hold on. At what age do you allow your child, or do you start competing with? So you have like a 3-year-old you're having to catch with, and you're throwing 95 mile per hour heaters at him?
No, I'm not Bill Belichick or something.
That's good.
When they're
go out, kid, catch my 40-yard football pass.
Yeah, you wean them.
You can't walk, but
right. And they run 40 yards out because that's how far I can throw.
Just comes and
but
spears his
when
child.
they can possibly win, you don't let them win. You try. They beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
You gotta let them win sometimes.
No, not at all. They're real young.
My nephew used to be that way. Like he would get but he was even at a young age, like 3 or 4 years old. He knew when you weren't trying.
Exactly.
And that's what annoyed him. Like if we were playing video games or we were wrestling or whatever, and he could tell you were holding back. That's what made him mad.
He wants to get a good win. He wants
He wants to get
a fair W.
With Luke, we had people stop because the way he could throw a ball when he was like 6 or 7, it was like a cannon. All right, we're going to have to give you your advice coming up, though, because E.J. and Tony, we're really way behind today is in the on-deck circle. The side question,
no Henry, Dom. You got to stay on track on the clock.
Right, there you go. Hit us with your all-time advice. We'll get Andrews, too. I have one more, the tradition, making traditions. That's coming up. That's the side question today. Whether you're a dad or not, if you're a mom, we certainly want to hear from you. What makes a good dad? What's your advice?
Joe's got a great one today, man.
All right. And on Twitter at DomShow1210. Great, EJ and Tony. Are we seeing inflation based on the tariffs? EJ says, are you kidding me? From the Heritage Foundation, he's next.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. It's a feast for me here. I feel like a glutton at lunchtime. We lead off with Mike Rowe, then EJ and Tony, then Jeff Van Drew, who's in the center of the whole Epstein thing. EJ, of course, from the Heritage Foundation, is our go-to guy. He's got a piece up at Town Hall, but I follow him on Twitter religiously, and EJ saying, we're not seeing tariffs create inflation here. Energy is the key to all this stuff. Let's go to EJ and Tony here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, EJ, welcome in. What kind of response did you get since many of your fellow economists, maybe Democrat Party followers on the other side, immediately sniffed out, I smell inflation here?
Yeah, I wonder where all those folks were, Dom, for the last, 4 years or so when Biden drove annual inflation into the double digits. But whatever, that aside, even the numbers we're seeing right now, not only have they been trending down, I'm not saying every single month we've made progress, certainly haven't. There have been ups and downs, but it is still trending down. But specifically when we look at import prices, that's really, really telling when it comes to this whole question of are tariffs causing higher prices. If that were the case, what you would basically expect to see is import prices continue to rise with other prices as well, because that essentially is telling you the importers have no problem passing along those tariffs to customers. When I talk about import prices here, we should note I'm talking about the price when it first comes across the border. In other words, before the tariff has even been applied. So what we're actually observing, Dom, is this. The prices paid for imported goods are either going down, or if they are going up, they're going up significantly slower than their domestic counterparts. In other words, exporters from foreign countries, these foreign producers, are not able to raise their prices as much as domestic producers are. That's telling us that they're actually eating some of these tariffs, if not all of them in certain instances, because they're basically just trying to maintain market share.
Right,
they
exactly.
know if they do pass along the full cost, consumers will buy alternatives.
Yes, exactly. So, EJ, let me ask you a question along those lines, because this plays out big time with the Fed chair. If you were the Fed chair, and I could see you in that role, would you lower the interest rate? And what's your theory on why Powell will not, since, I'm just an armchair here, but it seems to me things are going pretty well, and I think that would really be rocket fuel.
Well, let's take that second part first. I think the reason Powell's sitting on his hands right now is just for political reasons. And we can tell that because if we look at the economic data today, Dom, they are much more favorable for an interest rate cut than they were back in the autumn. But, of course, back in the autumn, we had an election going on, and the Fed was trying to get its preferred candidate across the finish line. So it definitely seems political, and there really is no other explanation for it, at least in my opinion. I certainly can't find one in the data if there's something else. Now, to your first question, what would I do? Frankly, I wouldn't even be trying to set the rate. I would allow the market to set the interest rate. I would take the Fed's hands off that mechanism entirely. What I would focus on as Fed chair would be working hand in glove with the Treasury Secretary in order to get the yields down on Treasury debt. And you do that simply by ensuring smooth operations within the Treasury market. There's nothing artificial you have to do here. You don't have to violently throw the levers of power back and forth. Unfortunately, though, that is what Powell has done, and he has put the Fed into a situation where they are now competing with the Treasury for things like liquidity from banks, for example. So now if you're in the financial industry, you can park your money at the Treasury, basically, by buying a Treasury bond. You give the Treasury your money, and they're going to pay it back at a rate of interest, or you can park it at the Fed, which will also pay you back at a rate of interest. So now you have to choose. And unfortunately, again, it has created this bizarre dynamic where the Fed and the Treasury are now competing with one another, and that is driving the yield on Treasuries higher, and it's making it more expensive to finance the debt.
I tried to work in a moment ago, but I neglected it. The line of the week, you talking about the experts when we were talking about inflation, they have, in quotes, egg on their faces again. Yeah, given that eggs are the only thing that would you think we were going to come to a world where people are screaming on CNN over eggs constantly? It's the eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing how, the same folks who were up in arms that egg prices were up when Trump first got into office, they were mum on the fact that egg prices were already skyrocketing before he got there. And now that egg prices have come way down and are lower than, when he took office, all of a sudden those so-called experts are once again mum on that point. So, yes, egg on their face is certainly the phrase to use. These folks are perpetually wrong and somehow never in doubt.
Can you reassure me? I am not an AI guy. I am just not somebody who thinks, I get it, we have to be competitive with this, but I want to restrain this as much as possible, both in big picture, my mind going to the future with this, and also American jobs. We just had Mike Rowe on, who said, will we see, because AI can do coding, Rowe said, will we see people now thinking about going into the trades and things of that nature? So I'm asking, EJ, what is going to be obsolete? What's the guidance? What's going to happen with the economy with AI?
A lot of those lower level service jobs are probably going to be the first thing that goes away essentially. And I don't mean low level in the sense that it didn't require you any training to get there. I just mean within each field. So even if you want to talk about something like let's use a field like the law. If you need basic legal guidance or if you need basic legal documents done, I think there's every reason to expect that AI is going to essentially be able to do that for you with little to no error. And so you're not going to need to pay an attorney to do that. Now, for a more complex case, obviously that's where you would need someone in that field. But I find it so interesting, Dom, that when we finally have a disruptive technology that doesn't just hit blue-collar workers, but now hits white-collar workers, all of a sudden now the journalist class is up in arms about how, oh, no, we need to regulate this disruptive technology. We need to be careful with this disruptive technology. These are the same hypocrites, the same clowns who were telling coal miners a few years ago, learn to code.
Yes.
Your industry's dying. Get over it.
Hillary.
Well, I'm sorry. AI is going to do the same thing to you.
EJ and Tony with us. But EJ, I always love the line, these white-collar people, to your point, if 100,000 lawyers were storming the border to get here and undercut prices, they would have wanted armed people on the border.
That's exactly right, Dom. You're 100% spot on. But what so many of these academics and what so many of these elites wanted was low prices for the things that they had to pay for, whether that's, I'm not trying to be stereotypical here, but these are the things that they've literally talked about in TV interviews, things like childcare, things like housekeeping, dry cleaning services, landscaping, right? These are the things that those folks would complain about. I don't want those prices to go up. Okay, then why can't we import tons and tons of high-skill labor as well? What's wrong with that then? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you want to import all of these people to compete with other wage groups, then why can't they do that with you?
Well put. Parting area, the big, beautiful bill now. We're starting to feel out where this goes. Energy in this, and in this town hall article, you rightfully say the emphasis on energy, we keep on moving with that. Inflation is not going to be much of an issue. So what do you see in the big, beautiful bill?
Well, unfortunately, energy, although we made some progress in it, I don't think we made enough in terms of the big, beautiful bill. It does roll back some of the so-called green energy subsidies. It does remove some of the punitive taxes and regulatory requirements that were put in place on reliable American energy. But again, there's a lot more work to be done here. The biggest thing that has happened so far, Dom, actually isn't even legislative. It's all rhetoric, if you can believe it, because as soon as President Trump said the war on American energy is over, all of a sudden you had refiners, for example, take mothballed equipment and immediately start to bring it back online. They took deferred maintenance and immediately took care of it so that they could have more cracking towers in production, so that they could be shipping more product. All of these things were basically deferred because under the Biden administration, everyone was afraid their industry was going to be gone in a generation. Well, you're not going to invest in equipment that's supposed to last 50 years under those circumstances.
Yeah.
And so just the fact that they're no longer living under the threat of a guillotine blade, essentially, means that they're willing to increase production and they're willing to do more to try to meet demand. All those things are putting downward pressure on prices.
Absolutely. EJ, thank you. Thanks so much. Really clarified things in my mind, particularly when I rarely differ with you. I have to go back and think for hours about that. How do I change that the next time? So where do we find you, EJ?
Best place to find me is going to be on X, and the handle there is @RealEJAntoni.
Thank you, EJ, very much. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dom.
EJ Antoni here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. All right, so the side question is advice to a new dad. What would you say, whether you're a dad or not, or you're a mom, or, you just think you've seen good dads, you've seen something that works for them and their kids. So, Andrew, what's the scorecard? How many kids and what are they?
So I have two. My daughter is, she's almost 3. She'll turn 3 in September. And I have a son who's 19 months.
All right. So right in Dan's playing field here,
Yes.
the over and under here,
Yes.
kind of. So what's your answer to the side question today? What piece of advice?
Well, so I got a couple things. Number one, in more ways than you think, obviously, like it's a more generic thing, be patient.
Okay.
There's a lot of things you're going to have to
You seem like a patient guy to me, yeah.
Could you get that?
Don't I seem like a patient guy?
No,
You've worked with me.
Could I get that in writing from my wife, please?
Yeah, okay, but do I seem like a patient guy?
No, yeah, for sure.
I am not. Are you crazy?
I have to work with you a little bit.
Dom's not
more.
patient at all. No. It's not that. Nice to be nice, though.
Thank you, Andrew.
Being patient.
Hurry up! Go ahead, Andrew.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Being patient in more ways than you think. It's like when the child is growing up, when they get upset, it's important to be patient and you don't stress yourself out while the kid's crying their eyes out because they can't communicate what they want. Do they want the pacifier? Do they want the milk? Do they want the toy? What do they want? It's important to try to stay as calm, cool, and collected as possible. Staying patient, waiting it out.
I'm going to need my wife to play that back to me often.
That might be a winner. That is a great tip.
We have that dog that we got recently, and I got to be honest, I lose my patience. The dog can't communicate, and it's one of those things where...
It's one of the things that I've had to learn
I feel that way with producers. It's the same thing. Go ahead.
I'll keep that in mind as we move forward.
Yes, go ahead.
That's, and then the second thing is specifically talking about girls, because you were talking about that.
Right.
When my daughter was born, getting to know her, watching her grow up, I remember her first steps, the first time she talked, the first time she said daddy and all those things. There's just something different about the relationship between a father and a daughter.
Right.
And that connection that I have with my daughter, her name's Elena, it's just something that you can't describe. And it's something that when I hear that dads are when they're having a baby girl, it transforms your world completely. You're never going to be the same again. And it's just something that every experience is different, I'll say this, but when there's just something special about a dad having a little girl, especially and I can say this too because my first kid was the baby girl, learning with her and teaching her things and being patient is a part of it. But that experience is something that I hope Dan gets to enjoy as they anticipate and get ready for the big day.
All right. If you can beat Andrew, it's going to be a heck of an answer.
Tough
today.
one to
Yeah.
Tough one to beat that one today.
855-839-1210. Here I'm saying be confident. He's saying patient. All right.
You could be both.
True.
You could be both.
I mean, my point is parents didn't used to go through these grueling types of things. They may have made mistakes, but their confidence gave us confidence in them. At least that's the way I look at it.
Well, and when kids look at a confident parent, they think that it's okay, right? If the kid sees that the parent's a nervous wreck, what kind of message is that sending to the kid?
Exactly. All right, so hit us on the side question. We got the Jeff Van Drew thing going on. We're gonna.
Newman Price wanted to submit his over on YouTube, Dom.
Yes.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. If you can't call, it doesn't count towards the contest, but you can give us their answers. Newman Price says, "Don't pee on an electric fence."
Okay. All right, now that's outside the box.
It's good advice.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
That works.
I think it's not just for dads, though. I think that's for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210.
Mango mush. Don't eat Tide Pods as well.
AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, I see Mike Rowe all over the place today on Fox now. We're honored that he squeezed us in here and came on. He's amazing. 855-839-1210. All right, simple one today. If you're a dad or a mom or neither, best advice to a new father.
Yes.
Going back to your advice earlier, Dom, I really like that, just kind of creating traditions and such.
Yes.
And it's something I've kind of employed a little bit. I don't know if you remember, but a couple months ago I said I've been trying to learn the keyboard, the piano. And the desire would be to, play the piano with the little one when she comes.
Perfect.
And, that's the ultimate goal. And I got to say, I've gotten pretty good.
All right. We're going to have to hear some stylings of that.
Gosh.
Yeah, there we go. We've heard your guitar work. We've heard your work with Earl. Top notch.
I'll find something to play there.
Okay. All right. 855-839-1210. You get in right now. And if you have a comment on Jeff Van Drew, he'll be here at 2:30. And I'm going to play you at some point coming up. We're really pushing the envelope here. Stephen Miller, who I think is the intellect of the Trump administration, if he's right, claiming 1 million people have already self-deported. All straight ahead.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've made it. Whoa! We made it. Yeah. $20,126.90. $250 donation from our boy Amit.
Amit! Oh, dude, I love Amit. All this money goes to a great cause, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, that helps the families of fallen officers. I really appreciate this. This is just amazing. Thank you. Thank you to these awesome listeners.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more. Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. You got the side question, 855-839-1210. We'll start taking calls on that in a moment. I'll play you Stephen Miller claiming 1 million people here illegally have self-deported. We have Jeff Van Drew here at 2:30 today making news because he's one of the, is it 6 or 7, I forget, Republicans signing off on a discharge petition to get a vote on releasing the Epstein files. I was stunned. I had to check it through various sources when that came out, and we're going to get his rationale around that. As I said, he's the staunchest person backing the president, but that also means when there's something gone awry, I salute him. He's somebody willing to say that. And coming up, I can't resist this. It's amazing. I was talking with Roe about it today. There's a social media trend, says the Free Press, where boyfriends are trying to treat their girlfriend, and they definitively want this. I'll take their word at it. New York Times, Rolling Stone, the princess treatment. In the princess treatment now, women are treated, and it's beyond just good manners. Open the door for her, prepare for a date, bring flowers, don't honk your horn outside, come to the door. But there's something else in here, I'll tell you in just about 4 minutes, that is hard for me to believe that you have to do for the princess as far as her attire. And I'm going to find out if anybody out there does it. I sort of did it once. I can't imagine Dan doing this. Andrew, I'm not sensitive to enough. He's patient, so he might.
We're not talking wearing high heels, are we?
No. What you have to do for the princess. I gave you some of them. They're bringing the flowers, knocking at the door. There's one that's a little bit offbeat that I have a defense of it. But I'm critical of her. Men really going to do this for the princess in their life. That's straight ahead. Big 1 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle sportshop.com, bobslittle sportshop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sport Shop.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. A couple of things to clear up before we take some calls. 855-839-1210. One of which, Dan, Johnny Z heard Mike Rowe, and he said, you know, it'd be nice if you guys got Mike Rowe
it would be.
to Mulligan's. I mean, I'm thinking, does he have an HVAC problem? He went Mike Rowe to do dirty jobs there. And I said, for you, of course. I mean, we got Scott Presler there, but I've been trying to lure Mike Rowe here to Philadelphia for quite a while. So, Johnny, we'll do it at Mulligan's, and Mike Rowe will come here. Yeah, he is as good as it gets. He is genuine, authentic, and today he was even better than usual. That was great stuff. All right, I'm looking at this whole princess thing. There's a TikToker named Courtney Palmer who's been making videos on this topic of the princess treatment. Her version of the princess treatment is a cut above the rest. Flowers, manners, yes. In her videos, Palmer describes refusing to walk in the rain, even with an umbrella. In other words, the guy's got to figure out a way. She's not going to be in the rain at all. I don't know how you pull in or what the heck you do. Having her husband, I'll skip over this one. It's the key one here. And she neither speaks to nor looks at wait staffs in restaurants.
Oh, come on!
Let's wait a minute.
Really?
Let's go to the Bronx Tale. Drop her. What's that line, Dan? You've not seen the Bronx Tale, right? Oh God. Andrew,
only familiar with the stage play. Sorry,
Sonny. What does Sonny tell him to drop her? If what?
I haven't seen the entire movie.
My God! Greg Stocker's test fails again. All right, he's getting advice on being in love. And this is old-fashioned. Remember, it's the 60s. So he says, you take her to the door on the passenger side, you open the door, you make sure she gets in, you go around to your side and you look in the rearview mirror.
She's a good kid, this girl.
Yeah, there we go.
I just met her yesterday, but I hope so. Here's what you do. Tomorrow you borrow my car. You don't lend anybody your car. It's all right. I'm going to lend you my car. I want you to make a good impression. You borrow my car, and then you give her the test. What, the Mario test? Mario's a fucking psycho. What do you listen to this kid for? You give her my test. You give her the door test. What's the door test? All right, listen to me.
All right, the door test. You put her in, you walk around. If she doesn't pull that lock up for your side after you put her in, drop her right there. Drop her. You're seeing the face of it. It's only going to be worse. Now, that is great advice. Andrew, as the patient guy, say, oh, come on. I can't be doing that. Sonny, come on.
Well, you don't have to reach across and open the thing for the guy anymore. Like the door's
well,
unlocked on their own.
Oh, wait a minute. But it was back in that time when you did.
Yeah.
We'll come up with another.
We got a couple of.
No, the new thing is you got to remote start the car for the girl before you go.
Warm it up.
Warm up the seats.
Yeah.
Warm up the car started and open the door.
I don't know how attractive this Courtney Palmer is. I don't think very, but I don't care if she's Kim Kardashian. I thought you guys would object to that. You got to drop her. Here's what she says. Her husband has to tie her shoes.
Oh.
This is part of that. That's what I was teasing.
Every day?
Yes, tie her shoes. They got to be tied at all times.
Every day.
Now, I admit.
Like when she wakes up and goes to work? Wait.
Yes.
Well, she doesn't go to work. We know.
Right. She's an influencer.
Yeah.
Imagine this is a requirement. Tie her shoes. Dan, I think she'd be a heck of a guest. I think we'd get through 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, Maisie, but we're in Velcro from
yeah, well,
on.
that's right. Well, Ro had these shoes. They were hard to buckle, but they were I love them.
Yeah.
So, she put her foot up, and I had to work it through the intricate buckle. It was small. You know how the thing just doesn't get into the part of the buckle we're at.
Yeah.
And it was constant, but I did it. It was fine. It wasn't.
Give your wife the princess treatment.
Well, it was only once every 2 or 3 times a year. But Ro's shoes, put my shoes on. So, Andrew, you're a patient guy. You're putting your wife's shoes on. You're tying them. What do you say?
I mean, it makes sense.
Andrew's like, you don't do it every day?
No. So
this guy's out of central casting, Dan. Come on.
So in the sense of like when my wife was pregnant with both of our kids.
Oh, all right.
And you're putting on nicer sandals, nicer shoes, going to church, going out somewhere and stuff like that. Obviously, if she sits down in a chair or if she tries to do it herself, she can't do it because of the baby being there.
Yeah.
So under certain circumstances, that makes sense. But to the degree of the person on TikTok doing it all the time and waking out of bed and tying the slippers and putting the robe on and going that's a little bit. Can
you imagine this woman?
Speaking of pregnant and bending over to do shoes, Maisie's ankles are getting huge now. She's starting to get
my wife. My wife's first pregnancy, she didn't really have the problem. The second one, my son was a lot bigger than my daughter. You saw the difference.
Little girl's tracking big too.
And what's the size?
I don't know, but she's tracking like a couple weeks ahead.
If Ro's listening, she'll call in with the exact poundage. You haven't met Ro, Andrew, but Rose alleges she's 5 feet, doubtful. And I think she was 90 pounds when we got married. So DJ was close to 10 pounds or over. You can imagine that's a lot of work.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
I asked her, she has an app that tells her what size vegetable our baby is. So after the break, I'll let you know what size vegetable our baby is.
I think it's a zucchini watch now.
It was zucchini last week, I think.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right. So this influencer, this is the new thing. It's a return to, you ought to go to the door. You can't honk the car horn, but tying the shoes. Wow. All right, it's 855-839-1210.
You do the back thing, though, right? Like, if she needs her back zippered up, like...
Oh, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Hair in the back.
I
do all that. I'm the hair, in the back. You can't see it.
Do you know how to braid? Are you giving...
If Ro asked me to do that, if they're at the function, I'm into it, yeah. All right.
I'm going to set up a braid test, like a door test for Dom Giordano.
All right, so here is Stephen Miller.
Size for Napa cabbage today, sorry.
Napa cabbage.
Napa cabbage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Advice for dads we're looking for. Anybody. We see some of the regulars, but I'd love to get some new people in. Here's Stephen Miller. Now, he made this claim last night. If true, and I don't know how they have this metric, it's a guess, youtube.com/1210. Here is Stephen Miller, the chief advisor on all these things, claiming 1 million self-deportations.
Under Trump, all job gains have gone to Americans. Looking at labor force data, we believe there's already been 1 million self-deportations.
Wow.
So we are well on our way here. If we stay the course, Jesse, and if illegal aliens understand the consequences of staying versus the opportunities of leaving, we're going to see millions and millions more self-deportations. Because if you stay, here's the consequences. You face sudden arrest, sudden deportation, you face the potential garnishment of all of your income, all of your wages, the loss of your property, incarceration and imprisonment for immigration and other crimes. If you choose to self-deport, you can go back home. You do have the opportunity to apply for legal entry if you wish to do so in the future, and you're going to get a $1,000 check on your way out. So this is a very clear choice, and we're seeing over 1 million illegal aliens are clearly choosing just to go back to their countries. But look, at the end of the day, what this really comes down to is this, Jesse. Who lives in your country determines what your country is, right? Haiti doesn't work as a country. Like, it just doesn't. People have tried forever. People have spent billions of dollars trying to make Haiti work as a project. Haiti doesn't work. If you take Haiti and you move it to America, it's not going to work here. Somalia doesn't work as a country, has never worked as a country. You take Somalia out of Somalia, you put it here, it's not going to work any better. It's not about how you feel about an individual immigrant. It's about the policy at a systemic scale. If you move the third world to the first world, eventually we become the third world. And that's not good for us. It's not good for anybody who wants to live here in the future.
All right.
Jesse Waters there, I was thinking, whoa, wait a minute here. We're getting in dangerous territory with Stephen Miller. He is the smartest guy in the administration, but, you know, when he gets going here, he goes out there where there's criticism. But self-deportation, 1 million. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Dan. It's good to talk to you guys today. Great guest today, Dom. I love EJ. And did you ever notice how Stephen Miller, when he speaks, has the same cadence in his voice that Caroline Levitt did? They both hit that high note at the end of it. They sound a lot alike. But I'll get right to it because I could imagine there's probably a lot here, and it's hard to stick to one. But for the side question, I'm going to say be consistent. What the kid can't see conflicting agendas or priorities when they're coming up. As long as you're consistent, and like in Dan's case, I know he's going to be a good dad. If he's consistent and patient, it's going to come out beautifully for him. And so I would just say consistency.
I would say, too, and my advice,
Thank you,
just
Robert.
as a friend of the family, is to have the kids say, hey, Dad, we don't want a front license plate. You know.
Or we want answers on Epstein.
No.
Yeah.
If he's a good kid, he'll understand his dad's motivations and consider what he's saying. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You guys have a great day, man. Great as always.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert. It's a female, too. Should probably be, for her third birthday, given a green eye shade, since Maisie is the accountant.
A calculator and a green eye shade.
A calculator and a green eye shade. I can see it. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Advice to Dad, Dan, and 1 million self-deported. Also, I got to play this. You know, as much as I love Bill O'Reilly, he's a friend of the show. Coming up, O'Reilly mixes up two people he was supposed to be talking about, Democrat Congressman Ro Khanna, and he threw something else into the mix. Another guy. You'll hear, it's an obvious mistake. You'll hear that, too. Coming up.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
One of our great widows from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation is the legendary Stephanie Mack.
There is a very high probability that both you and Nick will beat me on Sunday.
I've been training, Mac. I'm all over this.
Here's what we'll do, Steph. We can ride in a group, like a pack. We'll call it the Mac Pack. We'll grab some Uncrustables at the first stop, and we'll have a good old time.
Friendly wager, Steph. Who will finish first, Stalker or Mac?
I got a 25 spot on Mac beating Stalker.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you.
Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation. And save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, Tom Giordano's show. Jeff Andrew at 2:30. Why be part of this group of about 6 Republicans demanding the Epstein files be released? He'll explain as that rages on. Here is Bill O'Reilly with Cuomo last night, though. And listen, he's talking about Representative Ro Khanna, who's one of the guys, the Democrat leading with Massey, the charge to get the Epstein files released. And there's a bit of a faux pas here in who O'Reilly calls Ro Khanna.
People want to know what the deuce happened, and they should want to know. Nothing wrong with not wanting to know. Number 2, it's a lot of politics injected because that's what, as you say every night, that's what the country's about. So for 4 years, Merrick Garland had these files or whatever they are. Maybe they're not files. Maybe they're just loose-leaf sheets of paper. I don't know what they are. He had them for 4 years. Our pal Mo Rocca, who I like, California congressman, Democrat.
Mo Rocca.
Said not one word. 4 years. Yet now he's introducing a bill to force President Trump to release everything.
Wait a minute.
There's more to that, but
yeah.
Mo Rocca?
Mo Rocca, yeah.
Isn't it a country?
No.
Oh, it's Morocco.
Yeah, Morocco. Mo Rocco is a CBS guy. And instead of Ro Khanna, then I thought he was also an influencer. And O'Reilly's way off the track here. Yeah. Mo Rocca.
Mo Rocca.
All right.
Whatever they are, maybe they're not files. Maybe they're just loose-leaf sheets of paper. I don't know what they are. He had them for 4 years. Our pal Mo Rocca, who I like, California congressman, Democrat.
Oh, God.
Now the question is, next time you have Bill O'Reilly on, will you ask him about?
Yeah, I'm going to ask him about Mo Rocca. We all do that. We all get caught up and go wild here, but that was a particularly funny one. All right, he did make a good point there. There's a lot out there today, even CNN saying it, and I'll play them throughout the show. Democrat, Jayapal, who is a disaster, she actually says things that are kind of truthful unknowingly. They asked her and they asked some of these others, well, why did you not press to have Biden release the Epstein files during the Biden years? Why didn't Biden release the Epstein files? I mean, in fairness, why are you just coming after Trump on this? Here's Jayapal.
If you see such a need to investigate this, why didn't you raise it during the Biden administration? I mean, we couldn't find that you made any public comments about Epstein in previous administrations.
Well, I would have been happy to raise it then as well. Frankly, we were focused on so many different pieces, but I have been one of the Democrats that has been consistent on what I call out Republican presidents for and Democratic presidents for, whether it is FISA, reforms that we need, whatever it has been. I've been pretty consistent. War powers. I've criticized Joe Biden just as I'm criticizing Donald Trump. I think transparency is not something that should happen only when you have a Republican president. It is something that we need for both Democratic and Republican presidents.
So then why didn't you call for more transparency earlier during the Biden administration? I'm just trying to better understand why you are so intent now on calling for this.
Well, I think I gave it the same focus that I'm giving it now. We haven't, I think I've released one tweet on this, and you wanted to talk about it, so I'm happy to talk about it here, but it certainly hasn't been the focus. I'm just responding to what I think is a massive switch from the Trump administration around this issue. My focus has been on the big bad betrayal bill, and I will continue to focus on that. But yes, I think that this information should have been released under the Biden administration. It should be released under the Trump administration.
All right. Now, that's bad enough. Jayapal is more authentic. She's far, far left. By the way, do I have a break coming up on my way over it? We've gotten so out of whack here. Am I on time? Is it the 1:30?
Henry, come back!
Is it the 1:30 break now? Yeah.
Yeah, 1:30 is our next break.
I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, we're on time, yeah.
So here is Jamie Raskin. He is a weasel of Mr. Constitution, right? Mr. Stuffed Shirt, one of the biggest vipers on the other side. And he's asked essentially the same question, Mr. Constitution. Why did you not bring this up if it's such a matter of importance during the Biden year? Release the Epstein tapes. They could have. Here's Raskin.
Why didn't Democrats call for it from 21 to 25?
So, I mean, you'd have to go back and look specifically at particular prosecutorial decisions and what was taking place in terms of the other cases. So I don't know. We could try to reconstruct that record. But the point is that Donald Trump is the one who has led the crusade to say that that Epstein, who was his very close friend, and there's all kinds of pictures of them and so on, that Epstein was at the center of this broad conspiracy. He's now in a position to do exactly what he demanded, which was to release all of the files. And so why is that not happening? That's the question. I can't answer for Merrick Garland or any of, anybody else in the Department of Justice, but I will tell you that I believe there is a bipartisan consensus in the Judiciary Committee now that all of these records...
You go down for another minute or so. Do you saw?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
That's jumbleness.
Yeah, you see the difference. At least Jayapal was more honest. Raskin, this is what they're going to say. We know what they're doing. They don't really care about Epstein, the Epstein file, and all that. Now, Charlie Kirk, who is speaking up again after he said, no, Mas, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. Base of his listeners, et cetera, saying, oh, really? He's saying, Mr. President, do this because it gets at the deep state. We get a number of listeners. Joe of Columbus is one. We've had a couple of females represent this. They're concerned of these women, girls, who got caught up in this and lured into this. And their trauma from that, even though Alan Dershowitz doesn't see it that way, I think that's correct. So there's concern for that. But there's also concern, deep concern, the elites getting away with it, the swamp, the whole thing going on here. All right, so Charlie Kirk wants to appeal to the president by saying, Mr. President, come on. This gets at to what we talk about all the time, the deep state with Epstein. Now, hard to know how far Epstein was in the deep state. All that I know, the maddening thing for years, how public it was with this guy. And it took them down in Miami. The guy that was the labor secretary for Trump was the guy ultimately that seemed to bring him to some kind of justice. So what is the motivation? It's all of the above to get this out there. And again, I'm surprised that people are not paying more attention to this. I support him. Jeff Van Drew, I think, is a staunch person behind the president, but he's also a guy that will talk with him, I'm sure, in private and now publicly to say, hey, the right thing to do is release the Epstein file. What this might come out to, and I don't know how long, I think they'll wait through the weekend to see if this is still this fever pitch of the suggestion of appoint a special prosecutor. But then it becomes, who would that special prosecutor be? Because you know what happens with a special prosecutor? We've seen this on both sides. They go where they want to go ultimately. Once they get in there, it can never end. It's not just limited in areas with Epstein. If they find something, they move toward that. By the way, an update, we see no word yet that Coke is going to be using Mexican cane sugar, as President Trump said.
Have you had Mexican Coke?
No, I have not.
Don't knock it till you try it. Yeah, it's so much better than American Coke.
That's a drop, Dan. There, right there. Dan asking Dom, have you had Mexican Coke? Go ahead. Yeah.
Mexican Sprite is phenomenal.
See, we got two people here, Dom.
Dom, you got to try it.
Yeah.
If I went and got you a Mexican Coke, would you try it?
No, it's unhealthy.
I just wanted a way to get out of the building for a couple
there you
minutes.
go. And I'm looking at the Maha crowd, Dan, now goes to a restaurant. Maha dines in Washington at a restaurant, and it's fueling a bone marrow boom.
Ooh.
They like a restaurant.
Apparently very tasty.
Yes, that prepares bone marrow. Man, I can't get out of the bone marrow.
Really?
What are we doing
You
here?
wouldn't want bone marrow?
No.
Well, you won't even eat chicken, so.
Okay. They also say hot tallow is trending. Bone luges are back. DC's clean eating are taking nose to tail to the next level. They say Marco Rubio is a big bone marrow guy, and so is Steve Bannon.
You know, I wonder if this is, though, a little writing on the wall, a sign, a move away from the trending towards veganism and, treatment of,
right.
Because you had a lot of this, foie gras and a lot of these foods that bone marrow, and you're talking about essentially displaying the bone marrow inside the bone that were pointed to by, activists, animal activists, as being a little gross. And so I think restaurants kind of moved away from that because they were dealing with activists writing them reviews and such. And I think maybe we're in a new world where...
Oh, you're hoping that the vegan crowd goes down, I can
essentially,
tell.
yes.
Look, I'll never be a vegan. That's too extreme. But the vegetarian thing is no big deal.
But the vegan control on menus. There is a vegan control on menus that I think a lot of chefs can attest to. I think that might be going away, and that's why you're seeing some great stuff like tallow and bone luges come back on the menu.
Bone luges, my God. All right, you can eat whatever you want. I'm not going to say that, but I don't see how this is helpful eating. Bone luges and all. I just don't. You got to be kidding me. They're making it up, this Maha crowd.
All right, Andrew, take the board. I'm going to go get some bone luges and Mexican Coke, and I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Paul in Marlton, and Paul's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Don, you there?
Yeah, I am, Paul. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, just my answer to your side question is, it was given to me years ago, is do not eat the yellow snow.
That was great advice. Have you followed that from your dad?
Paul, can you explain why that might be?
I've always followed.
Yeah. All right.
And just a great show. I love you and Dan and the whole program.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. All right. I imagine a dad, words of wisdom today came down. Yeah. All right, so we're looking, though, for you're giving the advice to the dad. I don't think he's going to be eating the yellow snow. That was
Joe
a little
Columbus
mix-up
has been on
here.
fire. He's on the line.
All right,
I don't like the one that he
get
gave us on air. I like the one he gave us in the chat, to be quite honest.
Yeah, let's ask him for that. Joe, welcome in. So, Joe, what do you make of Jeff Van Drew signing off on this?
I got to support the guy, Dom.
Yeah, I do, too.
Well, I mean, for a lot of reasons. He got elected by the other side of the aisle. He stood firm in his convictions. He knew when to make his move, and he told us why he made that move. So I have yet to doubt him. I really do.
No, I think he's a true friend to the president, and what he's saying here by this action is, I am the staunch follower of you. I don't want any more distraction by this. Let's just get this out there in some form, and then the accomplishments.
We need closure.
Yeah.
Some form or fashion, we need closure on this. Don't hang it on us for not understanding why we haven't had that closure yet.
Yeah, when we don't know even generally what might be the story, so how could we embrace that when we don't know?
Right. He's made all the right moves, Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff, I agree. For my side question answer, I I know where Dan wanted me to go with this, but out of respect and just nope, I will not do that. I won't, because I remember when I was going to be a dad for the first time. It's a very, very emotional time, and I'm going to give my best advice. I'm going to put on my serious face for a minute. Do you feel that serious face come over?
I can feel it coming, Joe. Yes.
I feel it, Joe, man.
Yeah.
It's very serious.
Okay. Here it goes. If you ever seen a kid ride a bicycle and defy the law of gravity, he always will defy that law until some idiot adult comes and teaches him gravity. And I don't subscribe to that campaign where it takes a village. Maybe it takes a radio station, but it doesn't take a village. So, and I saw this firsthand in my old workplace, where a father, rather small in stature, had a son rather small in stature. He made a point of telling the kid what he will never, ever be able to do with the size he has. So my advice to Dan is don't ever allow anyone, with all these helicopter parents out there, Dan, don't ever let anyone, any adult, any person ever determine or tell your kids their limitations, because unless they hear them, they will never buy into those limitations.
That is great. I mean, that might be a winner.
And I want to underline it because I love what you have to say, Joe, and I take it to heart. But I really think that mission is a lot of what we're seeing in the pushback in schools right now, because you have so much indoctrination going on, and it's political indoctrination that essentially the power is being taken away from parents, and it's sad to see.
Yeah.
I highly appreciate you just for the reminder of, it's my child. And Dan,
that's where that maintenance even becomes more important. They got him for 8 hours a day. We got him for 16. Make the best of it and enjoy that time. Believe me, because it's a fleeting moment.
So what was the chat? What was said in the chat? We got your real answer. What was the other one?
Teach your kids how to make tomato sauce.
Oh, there we go again. All right, thank you.
I'm a good Italian guy, take the time to make some sauce.
A traitor. Every one of these Italians says
not
that.
gravy.
Oh, God, they won't let up. A woman sends me yesterday, and I had to say on Twitter, yes, I know about this. It was out there months ago. Scorsese's mom saying it's sauce. What do I have to get? The Pope, who I think is Italian, right, of some sort? Do I have to?
I got real Italians in my bank of evidence. I have Frank Sinatra in my bank of evidence.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah. I have the Gravy Book woman and the Italian Herald and all that.
Lorraine Rinaldi.
I am thinking about it. I might price that when we go back to the shore this week. I know Rose behind. She would do it in a heartbeat. To fly over the Jersey Shore, it's gravy, not sauce. If it's $200-$300, it is worth.
Say it louder, she'll actually do it.
Yeah, no, stop it, no. She did it before for the show and included you in it in a heart. I don't know how she got all that in. And I think the kid flying it is the kid who landed on the bridge when the plane was going down.
They switched in. I think Andrew can attest to this, to a new drive, and it's so freaking frustrating, man.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the. Oh, here it is. Here we go.
It takes a little bit to find stuff.
Yeah. I'm downloading right now proof of. You're holding
What,
noise
Sinatra?
Because, Yep. Here we go, Dom. Yep.
Excuse me, Mr. Sinatra. Are we calling this sauce, or are we going to call it gravy? I mean, we have to determine this. It's a sauce.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, that should be it, right? Right, Andrew?
Pretty definitive right there.
Yeah. I have to get a national Italian. Who is the most famous, prominent Italian? I think Columbus called it gravy when he came here. That's what I'll go with. George Bacchetta, I bet, says gravy here in Philadelphia. And he's a big-time lawyer.
But he can be wrong
George,
too,
if you're listening, you say gravy. I'm sure.
How about we hear from an actual Italian?
I know that there's also in America a big fight against saying gravy or sauce.
What do you say, Giuseppe?
It's sauce.
That guy's not coming on the Sicily trip. He's not going to be the guy. No. I already made that point. That was in the green room. That was part of the deal.
Don't I have also Rich Scioli on my side?
Oh,
too?
God, yes.
What about somebody like Emeril Lagasse? Like, has anybody ever heard? I mean, he's probably one of the most famous Italian-American chefs of all time. Been on the Food Network forever and everything.
All right, well, I'll track him down and see what he said.
Oh, it's Emeril has a recipe for it, quote, homemade gravy.
There you go. Andrew, take the rest of the day off. Thank you. All right, 855.
But it also has a Thanksgiving giblet gravy. So how do we separate Thanksgiving?
He's trying to tell you. Emeril would be able to tell us that. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Coming up, another famous Italian, Andrew Cuomo, being mocked big time today. I'll give you what he says he's going to do in this upcoming campaign. And he really couldn't say that. He really could not, but he did. All straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232. too.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
The heat and humidity will peak today as a heat advisory is in effect. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a stray shower or storm later this afternoon. High 94, but feeling more like 100 with the humidity. Tonight, partly cloudy, becoming less humid, low 74, and a comfortable day on Friday, mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 86.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The wine's evaporated, going in with the tomatoes, a little bit more olive oil, fresh parsley. That's simple. Okay, now we let it cook. And we'll come back to that. We'll cover it up till we get it up to temperature. We're gonna check on our stovetop fresh tomato sauce. See how that's all worked out.
Oh, Emeril Lagasse, Dom, joining the fold of evidence against gravy.
Well, he doesn't put that down officially, though. He calls it gravy, so I'm not sure if he
I don't know. Here he is selling some meatballs, Dom.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a puree of the plum tomatoes. Just the right amount of Italian seasoning. Aren't those delicious?
There's something about that turkey. Perfect.
And go ahead, take a bite of that. So that sauce, like I said, it's a puree.
That sauce, Dom.
Of the plum
Get
tomatoes.
this guy out of here.
Yeah.
All right, the world is still. They think we're beating gravy people, but we'll come back. All right, I'm working on something. But Andrew Cuomo's working on something. So he said he's in, you know that, against the commie in New York. And he's facing a lot of mockery because he said what he's going to do is better use of social media, reaching out more to young people, and wait for it, touching more people.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Touching more people, this guy.
True Italian of him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, remember, we've done, or I've asked, who's the embarrassment to your particular ethnic group? Most times we get Pelosi, and I understand that with Italians, but this guy's right up there. And he tried to say, well, he was just being Italian when he was attacking these women.
Attacking the women?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
assaulting them.
Yeah. I thought you just kissed him on the cheek because you Italians love
yeah, that's right. No, it was a lot more than, in South Philly, they'd say, yo, buddy, lay off. This is not Italian. This is something else. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. The other big news, too, the Senate, and we're waiting. Jeff Van Drew should be able to talk about this, give us an update. The clawback, in other words, getting money that's already been appropriated and taking it away from NPR, PBS, et cetera, where they don't seem to believe they have any bias. Here's a little bit of our buddy, Senator Kennedy. This is cut 13. Not going to play all of it, but here I might stop it. Here's a little bit of Kennedy saying, when you say that country music and birds are racist, you told the American people to stop eating beef, and you promoted the Russiagate conspiracy, meaning PBS, NPR, you might be biased. Here's Kennedy laying it out. Cut 13.
I want to give you a few examples of stories that NPR has published using taxpayer money. I'll just read the headlines. First headline, NPR News Service. Michael Avenatti, quote, a profile of the media-savvy attorney. They love Michael Avenatti. You know where Michael Avenatti is today? He's in jail. You know why? He's a crook.
He's got a great accent.
But for a while, he was a media darling on NPR. Here's another headline from NPR. How racism became a marketing tool for country music.
There you go.
I kid you not. The American taxpayers are spending $500 million a year to pay a local station to buy content that says country music is racist. Here's another headline from NPR. Donald Trump's long embrace of Vladimir Putin. Remember the Russiagate? The Steele dossier? NPR was right in there promoting it. Couple more headlines that NPR is putting out there using your tax dollars. This headline, monuments and teams have changed names. Let me say it again. Monuments and teams, presumably sports teams, have changed names as America reckons with racism.
All right, so that's a little bit of the stylings of Senator Kennedy, who has a book coming out. I'm pursuing him for Politics and Pints. And once we have the dogs out there on him, I think we'll get him here. All right, one update. Mark Dial. Remember, usually they wrap it in Mr. Rogers. Remember Mark Dial, the police officer with that ungodly situation with a guy who was driving the wrong way, high speeds in Kensington. The partner, he thinks, says gun. The guy won't get out of the car. He was armed with something. Remember all that? Remember the riots afterward? Because a judge looked at what I just said and said, no case here. Well, he was sentenced yesterday, or this morning, I'm sorry, to about 9.5 months to 2 years. And since he served already, thanks to Larry Krasner, over 10 months, he's been paroled. Now, we don't have any rumblings. Of course, the local media make the guy. It's sad. It's a tragedy in this situation. But I think Mark Dial has more than paid for what happened there, whatever the violation of police protocol may have been, but certainly not criminal, even though the system found some crime. He's paroled now. No word on where influencer Meatball might be. You remember Meatball showing up all over the place when we had riots going on. So we'll see if these forces now have to erupt again. You have everybody in the world, from the Inquirer, et cetera, they're overtime writing editorials. How in the world does this guy? Shut up is my response. There's my editorial. You try being out there in the streets of Kensington. You try dealing with what Krasner has let loose and societally, what we're seeing.
Shut up!
There you
Shut
go.
up!
Thank you. Yes, that's my editorial. Thank you for the backing, the co-editors. Mark Dial has suffered enough in this. He won't be a cop again and all that. That's a punishment, whatever the violation may have been technically here, there, wherever. But the idea, they wanted to send him to jail for 5 years plus, 5 to 10 years. The DA's office that can't find real criminals and seemingly never can put him in jail. How many times have we seen that? But a cop? So I say again to the FOP, well, I say again to Judge Dugan, come on, Judge. You have it in you. Run against this guy. If you don't run, he's going to be the DA for 4 more years. If you do run, there's a shot. You don't have to come on my show. Just run. All right, so Mark Dial, we wish well.
It'd be nice to come on the show, too.
Who, Dan?
No, I'm just saying it'd be nice if he were to come back on the show.
Oh, yeah, he can back, sure. But, I mean, we welcome him, particularly if he runs. If he doesn't run, then I don't understand that. So what the play is here to release us from this. But, again, by all accounts, may have been a violation of police procedure there with the gun thing or not. Okay. But to put him in jail, they wanted to put him in jail for first-degree murder at one point. Can you imagine in Kensington dealing with this? Try being a cop. 855-8. By the way,
I have some audio from his aunt if you want it.
Oh, yeah. Who's Mark Dial's?
No, this is from Eddie Arizari's aunt first, and then,
aunt,
Mark Dial's representation. We also have.
Okay, we'll play that coming up. But The Wire, and I wish I had mentioned the other day, was on HBO. If you don't want to go on demand, they played the whole thing, I think the whole series over the last week. And last night was one of the greatest endings in the history of TV. That last 20 minutes at least, when they show you where everybody ends up. And when I see that scene in the cops bar with Dominic West's character, Jimmy McNulty, laid out as if he's dead, and they give you the eulogy. It's so beautifully done. Then they sing the song. And McNulty, several of those people, there's 5 or 6 characters, well, Omar, that you just cannot.
Stringer Bell.
Yeah.
Stringer's amazing.
Avon
Barksdale.
Yeah, Avon Barksdale. Well, Marlowe, cold-blooded beyond belief. The lawyers are stunning in that. It is the best show in the history of TV. You can hit me on Twitter. Do you agree, Dan?
Yeah.
You had to pick one.
Yeah. No, I think it is. I really do.
Someday we'll debate
and
that.
it holds up well, too. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. It's really good.
We'll play you The Ant coming up. And I realize Eddie Azari is dead. I realize that. So that means we're going to torture this cop more because of the whole situation. We'll play a little bit of that coming up. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. The season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Here's a little bit of the ant of the guy who was killed in this case where Mark Dial, the cop today, was released on parole after serving approximately 9.5 months. Here's what she said.
My nephew's life as if it didn't matter at all. He literally took his life. There was more than enough evidence. 6 seconds for crying out loud, and he gets to go home again. And what do we have? Now to go to a cemetery and visit Eddie all over again. But we didn't fail him. The system failed him.
All right. So, again, you understand people whose loved one, they lost their life, etc. They're going to react that way. And then you have the mob influence in Philadelphia. But Krasner is not supposed to act that way, but he hates cops. He literally hates cops. His whole career has been about the mob and cop hatred. And they know it, or they should know it. And I'm hoping if Judge Dugan, well, I'm told before that Dugan didn't ask. How is it? Let me just take a moment. I know we have a guest coming up, great guest coming up about parenting that you'll love this concept that's hot right now. Bottom line is this. How have we come to a point in this city where the FOP endorsement is seen as something that would be hugely negative? Yet, we have Nick and we have Greg, and tomorrow we're going to have Maureen Faulkner on, and people can't do enough for support of the police and the survivors of the maniacs that are out there, the loved ones of cops that were killed, 65-mile race to Atlantic City. I asked Dan, would he do it with me in a two-way bicycle? That's still up in the air. I think we could make it. I haven't ridden a bike. We're going down the shore, Dan, and we use a Surrey, but I'm thinking of riding a bike down there to see what would happen.
All the way down? You're talking like, oh, okay. I thought you meant like all the way from
Can you
here.
ride a bike for miles, do you think, right now? Have you?
Yeah, I could do it.
Okay.
But I'm not volunteering myself.
Right, I can.
And when you say miles, I mean like, 2.
Okay, that's fine. Last year when Nick did it, I went, wow, that to me seems pretty grueling. I think he's a sure thing this year, 60. My point being,
65.
This radio station and people of goodwill get it, and they get the Mark Dial case. And people of bad will are in the Krasner camp, who hates cops and wants to blame cops for everything. Imagine Larry Krasner out there on patrol in a place like Kensington. Just think about what that's like day to day. All right, more on that coming up. We're going to talk with this group that says kids should be outside 1,000 hours a year. Do the math. That's 2.5 or 3 every day. And it's hot. People are doing it. And then we'll talk with Jeff Van Drew, but we'll take your calls, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Get ready to feel the funk because the legends are back. Tower of Power is bringing the soul, the horns, and the unstoppable groove to Rivers Casino Friday, August 1st. With over 50 years of signature soul, they're still delivering unstoppable music that'll get you on your feet. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and we'll see you at Tower of Power.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Happen to see this on Fox, and it's amazing that this group has caught on. The premise is that your kid be outside playing, or kids, 1,000 hours a year to counter the average screen time, which they say, and I've seen in other sources, somewhere around 1,200 hours a year. I think it could even be more. And particularly during the summertime, yeah, it's hot. Okay, I get it. But, I mean, it's always been hot. Why are kids not outside? Is it safety? Is it they don't want to? Is it too far to travel to have kids hook up to play games? Hopefully we'll catch up with them soon or reschedule them to tomorrow if it goes a little bit too long here. All right. We have Jeff Van Drew coming up at 2:30 here with Dom. And you know how we admire Jeff Van Drew. He is one of these 6 Republicans who have signed off to say release in some way, shape, or form more on the Epstein files. All right. That is still raging out there. You're seeing some of the creepiest people imaginable, these influencers, the Fuentes guy, really going after Trump today. Mark Halperin, who usually is formerly of ABC's with Sean Spicer, claiming that the buzz, at least on the left, is some major newspaper, probably New York Times, is going to be dropping a big expose on Trump and Epstein. I reject that, in that if there were any of that stuff going on, the New York case, Bragg, any number of people, the Biden people, if they have any inklings of that, they would have used that quite a long time ago to discredit, to stop him, to figure out. They've thrown everything else. Why would they not throw this? You also have a guy, you're going to be seeing more of this, Paul Sperry, who we've had on the show before for Real Clear Politics. Exclusive secret meeting opens document floodgates on the Trump-Russia hoax. The Brennans of the world and others that were involved in this. Okay? We have Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm watching for it. I haven't seen it yet. I'll tell you when we see it, about ready to drop more documents on all that stuff. So we see the churning going on here, the pushback of the Trump administration, and yet we see all kinds of players that are on one side or the other with the Epstein files. Julie Kelly, probably the best investigator pushing back on the January 6th stuff from the media. We've had on many times. She dismisses all this Epstein file stuff. It's crazy to push back on it. Riley Gaines has come out saying, no, we were promised the Epstein files.
Pelosi just spoke on it. You want to hear her?
Yeah, let's hear. Yeah, she's, what stock is going to be influenced by
well,
Let's hear.
I think she's kind of trying to brush it under the rug, maybe.
Oh, let's hear it.
I mentioned earlier that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is headed there today. She's been in the middle of this controversy over Jeffrey Epstein. Look, you know too well, the power of conspiracy theories. Your husband was attacked by a man who'd fallen for them. Is it your sense there's anything the president can do now to get his supporters to move off of the Epstein issue? Should he? Where do you land on this?
You know, again, this is a distraction. This is a distraction. We have major issues right here with things we're voting on today in the Congress. Again, in terms of the rescission that the president and the Senate have sent back over us to cut all of these resources out of helping poor people throughout the world, to be America play its leadership role in soft power to keep us safe and to keep us healthy so that viruses know no boundary. And instead, we're talking about him, about this thing, and at his own basis has its own views of what the president should do. I'll leave it up to them to talk it out. But again, whether it's Jeffrey Epstein or Alcatraz, it's all off the subject of what they're doing with this budget that is harmful to the kitchen table, meeting the kitchen table needs.
Wow, that's curious from Pelosi, that spin. So what's interesting about this is it's all over the place, the players. I mentioned Jeff Van Drew that we have the highest admiration for. He'll be here at 2:30. Thrilled to bring him, because he's one of the people that signed off with Massey, Bobart, MTG, the Burchett guy, I think, from Tennessee, and one other to say we need a discharge vote to open up the Epstein files. Now, the thing is, it's 7 legislative days is the trigger here, and we're coming near the end of this term, and they wouldn't be back to August. Well, things calm down by then. I'll ask him about that. But I'm surprised that he's doing that, but I think he's one of the best friends toward the president and his agenda possible. So this is not over. It's more of a fever pitch than ever, but I just can't believe, even though Halpern is pretty accurate, the newspaper, some New York Times probably, might be doing this, but we would have heard before with some more elaboration details of President Trump and Epstein connection to anything criminal. It would have been out. They've thrown everything. I mean, just think of the archivist. Remember that, tagging in with the documents at Mar-a-Lago? Come on. They would have gone for this, anything to stop him. So I don't know that they've unearthed anything possible with this. Then why is he doing it? Open question here. We played Joe O'Reilly. We had Dershowitz on. Just all kinds of speculation over this. Is it something that's going to break MAGA? No. Is it something, though, that's getting in the way of this? So I put up on Twitter, and I'm getting a lot of response at Dom Show 1210, or you can call in. Counter to that, this distraction, the biggest accomplishments of Trump. A lot of people put up the border. Yeah, big accomplishment. I think psychologically, flexing American power like we did in Iraq, in Iran recently, without boots on the ground, without unending wars. He took the Republican Party away from that. I guess we take it for granted. It's stunning. And the Abraham Accords obviously should be a contender for the Nobel Prize for Peace. Any other president would be, given what they've done here and in kind of an unusual way. So if you have one, you can hit us with that just to kind of balance what's going on here, that this isn't the complete focus, although it is something that is, here's, that's a little too long. I was going to play Van Jones here. That this is curious, the different positions people are taking on it. Any number of Democrats, we played Ujaya Pal Raskin, when they're asked, well, why didn't you bring this up during the Biden years? Why didn't Biden drop it? They have no answer. So there's that angle, which is clear how political it is. But at the heart of it is this important? I say that it is. We've given you all the reasons why. And I think the base of people, the base of listeners, some people think it's important simply because these girls were wronged and they want some punishment for it. Others, this is an example of the elites getting away with it, even in the face of the Trump base. I think those are both solid. Does it get into the deep state? Yeah. Could Israel be involved? Potentially. If it is, okay, so what? We ought to know it. That's not going to be irrevocable that he was working there. We don't know that. 855-839-1210. We also got the side question. Give us some advice about the idea of new dads in the case of Dan. All right, let me go to Michael and Malvern. With Dom, we'll have Dom's Money Melody. Don't forget, big prize coming up in just 5 minutes. It's on the 25th, I've been told now. I'm going to get that right. For the they changed it again. Walter came in and personally, boy, Walter's got a tough job, I'll tell you, tracking all this stuff.
Like this show's gonna be amazing. Dave Matthews Band. Beautiful
yes,
Friday
exactly.
night, July 25th.
Exactly. At the Mortgage Center.
Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. Michael and Malvern. All right, Michael, what are you calling about? Give us a sense.
Hi, Dom.
Hi.
I'm a civil rights attorney.
Okay.
And I chair the Chester County Bar Association Civil Rights Section. And I just have a couple comments on the Epstein files because Alan Dershowitz is saying there is no client list.
Right.
And he represented Epstein. So I think he has to protect the estate from possible liability because if there's assets there, there's other possible victims who either have already sued or are going to sue.
Sure.
And if they have cases, which I would think they do, wouldn't they be able to, in discovery, subpoena records to find out who was on the list so they know whom to sue?
Oh, absolutely. Or why, again, I think what I read this morning is the family of Maxwell is moving all kinds of things, civil rights-wise, to say, why is she in jail then? And that's an open question.
Also, a friend of mine showed me that there was an apparent list that was from the dark web. Somebody allegedly has hacked the Department of Justice and come up with a list, and I saw that list, but I don't know if that's legitimate or not.
And what you're raising is why this is so tricky, though, that we have to be careful with it, because anybody that may have had contact with them can be defamed for life just because of that contact.
But since that's true, maybe the reason that Trump is not releasing is because he may be able to get some political gain out of this so that he doesn't just release it without getting something to help his agenda.
Potentially that's the case. But, boy, I would tell you the stuff with the Trump base, I think, is pretty difficult. It better be something. Looking at both sides of this, Michael, this is pretty intense stuff. Thank you, Michael. Thanks very much. And it's going to get more intense. Laura Trump out there today, I think in Fox, the afternoon show, saying she's calling for full transparency from the White House. I think that's what Jeff Van Drew's saying, who'll be here in about 15 minutes. Before Money Melody, though, I got it, so I don't forget about this. Maybe it's a small story, but this guy is wretched. This is Bob Harv de Grasse, Harvey. My buddies over at the Delaware Valley Journal reporting that they sent a reporter, I don't know if it was Linda or not, to cover a Bob Harvey campaign town hall. Harvey saying that Brian Fitzpatrick, come on, buddy, do town halls. Okay, I agree with that. But they allege at Delaware Valley Journal, when they went to where it was supposed to be held, it was not held there. It was held at another spot, and it was packed with just Democrat stooges. And WHYY, PBS here locally, are they going to report this? Delaware Valley Journal wants to know. In other words, this guy Harvey can't take the heat. He wasn't doing a town hall. He was in front of Democrat sycophants, and they had the nerve to place a phony restaurant to go to throw the reporters who might actually have asked him something. Like, let's say I was going to put on my press hat. I do have one. It says press on it. And go and ask Bob Harvey a question. Oh, I don't know, about the Holocaust or something. Well, I would have gone to the wrong restaurant. They would be holding it, and then we would find out after the event was over. And PBS, are you going to report that? Or are you going to talk about that? I bet you would if this were Fitzpatrick or some other Republican. What's going on out there in Bucks County? We got to win. We got to win with Fred Herron. We got to win with the DA Shurin. And we have to beat these commissioners in the near future. I don't know when she's up, Marseglia. Again, what is wrong with the people in Bucks County? When they ran the last time, one of the reasons they won, they talked they were going to protect your abortion rights. What does being a commissioner in Bucks County have to do about your sacred abortion rights? Little or nothing that I can see, but you're crazed. And we end up with people like this Bob Harvey. But some believe he's a real threat. I'm hoping for a primary with Fitzpatrick for obvious reasons. Mark Houck, I believe, is not running. So we'll see how that plays out. But if Fitzpatrick comes through the primary, then we have to defeat this guy. I can't even believe the suburbs would go with a guy this craven. And this has to be publicized. Did they try to throw real reporters off the trail and end up having them go to a phony restaurant? We've asked Bob Harvey to come on. He wouldn't come on in a million years. We'll give you the first 10 minutes. Just tell us what you're about. I'll be in a straitjacket. Gagged. Then Dan will take it off. And then we'll ask you some questions.
All right.
That's, yeah, you have. Yeah, imagine that. All right. All right. But right now, big prize it is time for.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
The money gone.
That is right. You will win a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on Friday, July 25th. July 25th.
Woo!
Great Friday night at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, today's side question, we're talking about fatherly advice, and I thought you gave a great piece of advice early in the show that you want to create traditions with your kids, and you spoke about watching sports with them and ingraining the value of sport. And oppositely, since I'm having a girl, I think sports are important, but I also think music and arts are important. And as our listeners know, I play guitar, but I recently got back into piano.
All right.
So I thought you asked for a sample of my piano playing. Why don't I play a song related to a story we talked about today, that being women wanting to be treated like princesses now, or TikTokers saying that. So how about we tell us what princess, Dom, this song relates to. Take a listen. So we want to know what princess, Dom, that song is related to.
That's pretty good piano playing, I think.
I think a lot of actual piano players would argue that it's pretty bad.
Well, piano player out there, I'm just, particularly if you say gravy. If you say sauce, I don't care your piano playing opinion. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you are off to see the Dave Matthews Band.
Hey, it's Rich Izzioli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
You think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
It's time. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, that is the point. What is the song that Dan is playing here? Yes, this is Dan on the piano. All right, let's go to Pat in Washington Township. Hey, Pat, good afternoon. What's Dan playing there?
What princess am I playing?
What princess?
Yeah. Moana.
All right. Oh, it's all over the place, these princesses. Pat, enjoy the Dave Matthews Band. Glad you got in first. Glad you got that. There we go.
Yeah, I have a dear niece named Lily who's obsessed with Moana, and one of the first songs I learned for her was How Far I'll Go from the film Moana, and yes, that was me playing, and I sincerely apologize for the slamming on the keys like that. It's because I use my phone to record and I hold it up to it, so.
Okay, I think it sounds pretty good.
Well, thank you, guys.
All right, so we'll have it again tomorrow. Dave Matthews Band tickets for the 25th, again tomorrow. And we do it around 2:13, 2:14 every day. So be ready. Be listening in then. 212 and a half, it might. So I'm just covering all bases when you have a big prize.
Can I just throw this out there, too?
Sure.
Because it was, I don't want to be a cornball, but piano was something I've always wanted to know or play, and I've never kind of had the chutzpah to do so. And all it took was a little bit. It's really not that hard. I'm kind of learning it pretty quick and all. And if you have something out there that you've always been considering maybe learning, or you just didn't want to climb that mountain, do it. It's really not that hard, and the payoff really is a benefit, I gotta say.
Sounds like fatherly advice. Yes. There you go. That's what we're looking for.
No.
Yes. On the side question, advice to Dan. You've heard Andrew's. You've heard mine. 855-839-1210 is the way you get in. Now, my advice to people in Jersey is to listen to Matt Rooney on the subject of polling at SaveJersey.com when this poll dropped. The new poll, this from Kellyanne Conway, shows the Democrat narrowly ahead. We had all these college people that don't like Jack Ciattarelli because he is going to clean up that aspect in New Jersey, telling us that he is 20 points behind. The new poll that just dropped yesterday has him down 5 points, which I could consider somewhere in the ballpark. But Matt further breaks down the poll that Ciattarelli leads by 7 when voters are informed of her positions. That's a big difference. The did you know? 60% want a governor in this poll who'll work with President Trump. 57% would not vote for Murphy again. Man, what's wrong in Jersey? Only 50%. It's not 150%. And finally, 63% say they want a new direction. So Jack Ciattarelli will be here tomorrow, the man of the moment, hoping to get him to Mulligan's in August. We'll give you the date in August, coming up when we'll be at Mulligan's again. Johnny Z would like us to have Mike Rowe there, all right? I got him on today. Mike, you got to do the solid for us. You're in that area. I'm working on Ron Jaworski again. The football throw is still out there. And, we had such fun with the vote, even though we lost, even though Gravy lost big time, which I was surprised. I thought it would be close. I'm taking suggestions for another vote. You'll get a ballot when you come in. It's a lot of fun. Joe of Columbus and I thought your choice, and it's not antagonistic. It's meant to be a lively debate.
Wait, you and Joe are conspiring behind the scenes?
Yes. Yeah, no, he said it on the air. I agree. Okay. Reagan or Trump? Which president? Look, and we know Trump is a work in progress. I can't predict. If I had a recency bias, I would say Trump wins among our listeners, but you'll have a chance to do that, and we'll talk about it. We're thinking about that one. If Linda Kearns wants to debate again, I'm ready. We have to come up with a new debate for that. That was the best, I think, at Mulligan's that we've had, other than, of course, Kelsey Grammer, who we're still working on behind the scenes. He might be coming back in September. There we go. Big deal. I'm watching this now on Fox with Dr. Siegel that Trump has chronic venous insufficiency.
Oh.
People are wondering why Trump's ankles in pictures look swollen up and something about his hand. That doesn't mean that's anything about that. That is.
An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified.
All right. So, again, as this story develops, we may have somebody on tomorrow to talk about because his hand swelled up fairly significantly.
Well, his ankles were pretty big.
His ankles. Yeah. Here's the point. It's fine to point this out as a president. I always think we should have rigorous physical and cognitive tests. But the same people who have gone with this, okay, need I point out Biden? Need I point out how bad this was? And Dan pointed this out early on. It wasn't just the cognitive. It was the feeble. You pointed that out like 2 or 3 years ago. I was centering in on how off he was. He's always been challenged, but this was a lot more. The White House saying the bruising is caused by handshakes, which is possible. Yeah, no. Dan, you know,
you
you
shake hands lighter. I mean,
well,
like Trump doesn't need to be wrenching people's hands, and that's probably why he gets his hands shooken so hard.
Well, it's a number of handshakes you do too. I mean, you know, I've been at events where
handshake fatigue.
I've shaken over 100 hands or more, and you know, some people. I'm telling you, Matt O'Donnell. I'll give you the list of don't shake hands with that guy because it's an unbelievable. Joe Watson, but Matt O'Donnell, Channel 6, and he's not doing anything. Has a heck of it. I wish I had a handshake like that. It's natural, and it's like, oh, my goodness. Joe Watson of the Flyers, though, was amazing. You really don't want to shake hands because he's got the handshake. Plus, he's doing it, too. You know, he's a big, But Matt, oh, God, what a handshake. All right, coming up, our buddy, guy we admire, and the guy who, Harry Hurley, the voice of the Jersey Shore, said, yes, I know he's a Democrat. He's switching. It's honest. He always has been. Very moderate on that kind of thing. And I trusted him, and we had Jeff Van Drew on many times. And Van Drew has lived up to be exactly that. He's next. He joined 5 or 6 other Republicans, though, wanting more transparency to see the Epstein files. And we're happy to bring, because I was surprised. I want to hear his rationale, and I think he's the real friend to the president in this. That's coming up next on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather, sponsored by WSFS Bank.
The heat and humidity will peak today as a heat advisory is in effect. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a stray shower or storm later this afternoon. High 94, but feeling more like 100 with the humidity. Tonight, partly cloudy, becoming less humid, low 74, and a comfortable day on Friday, mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 86.
Where there's a Wisfus, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
how's your French going?
You can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit bradfordwhite.com today to learn more.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Can you clarify which part of the Epstein hoax is the hoax part?
The president is referring to the fact that Democrats have now seized on this, as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an asinine suggestion for any Democrat to make. The Democrats had control of this building, the White House, for 4 years, and they didn't do a dang thing when it came to transparency in regards to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous crimes. It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did. The Attorney General and the FBI, led by Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, these are great patriots, some of the most trusted voices in the Republican Party movement. It's part of the reason the president appointed them to these high law enforcement positions, and they spent many months going through all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein, and they concluded what they found in that memo, which they drafted and they released. And so the president has been transparent. He has followed through on his promises to the American people, but he doesn't like to see Democrats and the mainstream media covering this like it's the biggest story that the American people care about. The president has been working so hard this week. On Tuesday, he went to Pennsylvania.
Okay, well, we got it, and I think Jeff Van Drew is here. And that was Jackie Heinrich, who's engaged to be married to Brian Fitzpatrick from Fox, often a big critic of the president. Jeff Van Drew, Congressman Van Drew, momentarily with us. Let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, welcome back. Thank you so much on a busy day for joining us, Jeff.
You got it, Tom.
Well, I was surprised to see this, but I have been saying, you probably know all show long, you're the greatest friend that a president could have, particularly President Trump, because you are 100% behind, but you're not afraid to offer suggestions when you think there's other things out there, there's other ways of looking at something to aid a president in this. So why join this group with Massey and others?
You know what? You're precisely right. And there's a good number of folks on there. Congressman Massey, nice man, but is always a no. Always disagrees. And has created a lot of aggravation for the president. And that's certainly up to him and his right. He is doing the best, I am sure, in what he thinks he should do. However, in this particular case, on this particular piece of legislation that essentially says, just let it all out there. Let's hear and see everything that has to do with this issue with Epstein. I want to make clear, I didn't know Epstein. I've never met him. I've never seen him, and I've certainly never gone to Epstein Island. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't concern you. The reason it concerns us is because it's something we've heard about a long time, and we need to know the truth. I always think transparency is good. Of course, I love the president. I support him, trying to do so many good things. And the reason I'm doing this and saying this is because I want to get this done. I don't know about you, Dom. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's find out what the truth is, deal with it appropriately, and move on. Because we want, more energy for the United States of America. We want a better economy. We want a safer country. We want a stronger military, a better Coast Guard. We want airports that work. I mean, all the things that we're working on, all the good work, including appropriations which have been made to get this all going. There's such a good story to tell. I think the president's frustrated because all of this good is going on. And, of course, all the horror stories that they say about Medicaid are not true, and some of the other things that the ultra-left are saying as well. We need, as a group, and you and I have spoken about this, to do a PR job, a true public relations job, because we've got a good product to sell, which is the truth, and it's good, and we need to get it out there. And we need to get moving on that agenda. So that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, well, I support you even more because you're right. Whatever the reason is, this could be handled effectively. Now, what power does this have? This would be to force a vote to release. What power would Congress have in this?
Well, the power that Congress has is, number one, to create the bill. So I am a co-sponsor of the bill. And then, which I don't particularly like to do, and I believe done only once in my entire tenure here in Congress, is a release petition and discharge. Is actually what they call it, as a discharge petition, which you discharge the legislation contrary to the wishes of the speaker or a lot of other folks. And that's a highly unusual, seldom used tool. And I think that's the tool they're worried about that Congressman Massey may try to utilize, because they're concerned that if, that happens, then, there may be information that's released that's irresponsible to release. And I don't mean protecting people, but there may be innocent people that could get caught up in it. And look, this guy Epstein, I didn't know him, but a lot of people knew him that were decent people. Let me tell a quick story. I go to a lot of places, as you know. And I see a lot of people, and I meet people. I could be at a diner. I could be at an event. I could be walking down the street. The other day I was walking down the street. Somebody ran after me, wanted to do a selfie. And I've never said no to anybody. Of course, I'll do pictures with folks. Sometimes those pictures, quite frankly, Dom, get misused. People have even said I've endorsed them, and I know, honestly, I don't even know who the hell they are. They're in Pennsylvania. I've had somebody in Pennsylvania said I endorsed them for something. I didn't even know where they were, because I have a lot of friends in Pennsylvania. But the point is this. It should be done in a responsible way. That's why I want the president to do it along with the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. If there's something there that's irresponsible, not true, or whatever, if that needs to be redacted, then so be it.
Yeah, exactly.
But the majority of information, and we do that all the time for national security, same thing. We redact stuff because it could be harmful for that information to be out there. But there's more there. And in all honesty, and I think Pam Bondi is generally doing a great job. I think the world of her, she's going to be coming before our Judiciary Committee in September. But originally said, I have the list on my desk, and now we say there are no lists. So I'm sure it was just a mistake or an error, but I just want to relieve people's minds. Just let's get it out there, get done. If it's boring reading, so be it. And let's move on to the really important stuff.
Now, as I understand it, for listeners to know what could happen next, you mentioned the discharge, which in Pennsylvania, you should know we were doing this on a women in sports bill, not as major as this, where that's the only way to get Democrats to actually have a vote. So it is extraordinary, but there are times that are useful. But as I understand it, Jeff, you have only 7 legislative days, and then the recess would come up. And who knows where we would be at this point. So is this kind of a message to the president that people so supportive as you are hearing your constituents and saying, they do want more transparency in this.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to trust the attorney. Yes, you're exactly right. You understand this totally. And that's what it's about. It's not, I'm not even angry. I actually want to help the president because what are we talking about today? What is everybody talking about yesterday?
Yep.
What is the media? This, not about all that other list that I just mentioned of amazingly good things that are happening. Economic reports, the whole bit, right? Hardly anybody coming across the border. No, we're not talking about that. Going from thousands of crossing the border to just a handful, and we catch them and we get them back. So, I mean, there's so much good to talk about. I hate wasting time on this. And that's why, the discharge petition is a whole separate thing, and I will evaluate that if and when it happens. The legislation, I did. And I explained, and I didn't even bother the president personally on that one, but I explained it to his people so they would understand. I didn't want to blindside anybody, and I didn't. And you know me, when I think you should do something, and you're right. When you really care about people, this is even true with family, you just don't say yes, yes, yes all the time. You say, hey, you're good, you're great, but I think you got to look at something a little different.
Everybody needs that.
Purpose.
You and I have talked about this before. I know my wife is my person if she tells it to me because she would protect me against the world. But when she says it, then I really look in the mirror. We all need somebody who's our friend, but is going to say, here's what your base is seeing on this, and we need more.
Exactly. And so let's see what happens. I think there's going to be another resolution. It may be in with the rule today.
Okay.
I think Congressman Jordan is working on something that would say it's the sense of Congress that we want full maximum visibility and transparency and would like this information released. That's another way to go. We don't want I don't want to embarrass the president. And I do not want to be irresponsible and release information that shouldn't be released. So that's what I worry about if we do a discharge petition as well. So I'm sort of in the middle of this thing. I just want to get it out there, get it done, and move on.
Parting area, too, the clawback now. We saw what the Senate did. Are you personally satisfied the House now has time to move on this, that we've gotten enough from NPR, PBS, the outrage of what they do? What's happening with that?
Look, it's a very good beginning. It's something more than, nobody's had the guts in the years I've been here and many years before to do any of this. I mean, let's really tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. Nobody has done anything like this. It's not easy because you're accused of all kinds of horrible things. We had a really good hearing the other day in my committee on the subcommittee, and, it had a fancy title. The title I gave it, and even at the hearing said, who the hell is George Soros? And just the money that comes in. And I don't mean to die. I'd love to, we can talk about it another time. We've got these different not-for-profit organizations that are set up by Soros and his son. And then once they're set up, and they do spend their money on that, Dom, they take your tax dollars, everybody who's listening to the radio show, and they do grants and money that goes to these not-for-profits for all kinds of stuff, for transgender I know I repeat this stuff sometimes about transgender comic books in Peru, gender sensitivity training for journalists in Sri Lanka, Muppets-type puppets, millions of dollars in Iraq. That's just a tiny fraction of the list. So the point is nobody's had the guts to dig into this stuff. You know what? When my friends at NPR get mad at me or other groups say, "Oh, it's so," and I tell even folks that I know that are leftist and liberal, I said, if you hadn't done this stuff, if you hadn't politicized and changed what the goal and what the purpose of NPR is supposed to be. I've told you before, I love classical music. I would blast it. I used to have it on the radio here in Washington when I have a really bad day. I found it on cable now where there's no interruptions because I just couldn't take the news when they would have the news breaks.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't. By the way, liberals should be able to listen to. We all should be able to listen and partake of that stuff when public tax dollars are used. There should be no Republican or Democrat news on there. Just report some facts. And most people don't even listen to it for the news. They really want to hear the music or some of the educational stuff or some of the classics. So it's a shame. They ruined it for themselves. But I think, again, before we contribute tax dollars to that, we should claw back some of that money. And I've said that to everybody. I have no problem voting for it. And I will be, excuse my language, a bastard from hell. They'll talk about me. I got a guy running against, one of many guys that want to run against me. He worked for USAID. Again, just like last time around, moving into the district and talking about what a bad man I am because USAID. We are Americans. We love to help other people, especially when there's huge humanitarian need. What goes on around the world and in our own country, by the way, is horrible. But when you're trying to politicize it and weaponize it, they don't want that in those countries. We shouldn't be doing it, and we also need to take care of our own people.
Gotcha. Congressman, thank you. Anytime you're on, but particularly today. Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome. Take care. Have a great weekend. Say hello.
All right. Thank you, Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Big issues, big guests. Thanks to Dan on that, too. That you heard his explanation. Are you okay with that? And the lightning round, 855-839-1210.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Advice for Dan as a new dad. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. Dave, what's your advice?
Hey, guys, how y'all doing? A lot of people have given really good advice on how to parent as far as behavior and things like that, and they've all been great. But I think a lot of that will come natural. But I'll say this. What I would say, Dan, is live in the moment. Enjoy each moment, because I promise you, I'm like Nick. I got 11-year-olds. And I wish I could go back to when my girls were 1 or 2 or 3. And I lost so many moments back then. I was in a bad state of depression and anxiety, and I don't have a lot of good memories from those early years. So please live in the moment. Enjoy each day, because I promise you they go fast.
Well, I would put an addendum to that, but it's not too late to make it up. So don't feel later on, even though that happened, he's doing that. So
it sounds like he might be.
Yeah. Pete in Langhorne. Pete, what's yours?
Mine is advice my father gave me. He said that whenever you do something wrong and you're caught, don't compound it by telling a lie, because now you've done 2 things wrong. That's what my father taught me. And as a side note, Dom, the Italian word for gravy, sugo di carne.
Thank you very much. Well, take that tip right now. All right. You know who's the most vehement about this? It's not me. It's Roe, the gravy thing. She's nuts. Got to stop her. She wanted to rig the election. All right. I think we're going to have to vote here. Andrew, who did you like out of all these?
Well, I like the one, live in the moment. That's the one. I didn't think of that. That's a really good one, not just for raising your kids, but that's a good life lesson in general.
I'll throw one more at you, Dom.
Sure.
Joe in Columbus, who had don't allow too many cooks in the kitchen, essentially. Raise your own children and know that you are the number one guider, the number one driver of their life.
I liked Joe's a lot. Don't limit them. That guy telling his kid, well, you're not going to be able to do this. Oh, my God. I would have to intervene there. I try to avoid that, but somebody telling the kid, "Oh, kid, you're small. You can't do that." All right,
so you're going with Joe?
I'm good, Joe.
Over Pete?
Joe in Columbus. Yeah, let's put Joe into the hat.
Sorry, over David, yes.
Yeah, over David on that one. And tomorrow we'll have the winner and a $50 gift card, and we'll have a chance at Money Melody 213 tomorrow at your tickets to the Dave Matthews Band. Jack Chettarelli with us tomorrow, 12:45. Be there for that brand new poll out that indicates really where this race is. It's within 5 points. And guess what? When you give voters the positions of Mikey, she's 7 points down. And we haven't even started yet on this campaign. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow. And Jeff Andrew, way to go, Jeff. Good stuff from Jeff Andrew today. That's right inside what's happening on the most publicized issue out there. All right, Rich Cioli standing by for 4 big hours with Rich. All that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.